efficiently and quickly. When we were entering the new programming period and those eco schemes, the whole strategic plan, we had to prepare agency of restructuring for new challenges, new systems, and we had a vast problem when already activities were going in and IT systems were not adapted to this. We succeeded thanks to the efforts of the current management of the agency. So here, thanks to the president and the whole board of the agencies, that these problems have been solved on the way. Today, really, the agency is working efficiently, although it is not ideal yet, I guess, but we are aiming at this, and for this I motivate the management of the agency at each and every meeting. And, well, I hope you understand. Sometimes I shout at you, but this is aimed at most efficiently spending the funds. I could talk at length, but with respect to the opinions of other participants, unless the moderator wants something more. In this topic, it is all. I'm very interested in the opinion of Leszek Szymański. Mr. President, what were the barriers, challenges on your side, which you noticed before implementation and during eco schemes, and how do you evaluate it from a 2-year perspective already? Well, thank you very much thank you for the invitation. Well, looking from the level of the agency, we can draw various conclusions, but we have to remember that farmers in the period 2015 and 2020 were applying for greening fees or payments. The payment was about 305 zloty, so they knew what they could count upon, provided they fulfill appropriate requirements regarding diversification of crops and maintaining permanent green areas in their farms, or maintaining elements which are pro-ecological. And suddenly 2023 comes and we say greening changes into eco schemes, and how to implement this. What Mr. Minister said, we are building the system according to the rules which have been prepared. Of course, they were changing as a result of discussion of the ministry. The rules were changing, so we had to parallelly build IT system, thanks to which we will be able to take in those applications and study them. And a moment of table of connections published by the ministry appeared. And, well, what to use and what payments exclude others, and what I must do to go into the eco scheme payments, because we remember there were 6 eco schemes, 5 of them related to area and 1 related to well-being, and also carbon-based agriculture. How to combine all that with ecological and environmental effect in mind. Our farmers asked what to do for the possibly largest amount of the money to stay after implementation of all that within eco schemes, and all the worries at the side of the agency. As Mr. Minister said, we had the implementator of the system, and we had to terminate the agreement with IT system contractor. Parallel calls for applications were going on, so we were prepared to take in the applications, but not to verify them. But at the end, it appeared that 415,000 farmers applied for payments. So every third farmer, yes, every third farmer, out of this 399,000 farmers made use or benefited from implementation of carbon agriculture. And, well, is it much or little? We are talking in the aspect of success, because in the following year we saw that the increasing number of farmers was not so significant. So those farmers who want to keep developing and who want to benefit from eco schemes benefited already in the first year. Those who were in doubt or were not prepared yet with a machine depot, or they had some doubts, finally they benefited in 2024. And looking at these elements of implementation, so the main
hasłem, które
slogan, which from my perspective, from the level of agency was coming in. It was a geotagged photo, and those pictures were the whole evil of the eco schemes, and just based on being careful to avoid interactions with farmers, well, geotagged photos. I would gladly return to this topic, but wrapping up, farmers responded very positively, in my opinion, looking at the number of applications filed and the amounts they received from the payments, analyzing even the farm and payments the farmers received. The payments were higher in 2023 among farmers who benefited from eco schemes, in spite of the fact that we had well, unfavorable euro exchange rate, because we had over 4.8, then it was 4.63, so euro dropped by 0.2 almost, but analyzing 2024, it was 4.27. Well, the farmer says there was more money expected, so we approach the analysis differently, so that the farmer can see whether the solutions and practices are beneficial financially, because
kurs euro.
Well, actually, euro exchange rate is outside our influence. So maybe that much from me, respecting time. And now I would like to hear the opinion of farmers. Mr. Robek Nowak, president of Keira. So at the beginning there were some worries, but there were some exclusions, because farmers who use the eco-climate program, they couldn't benefit because you cannot get subsidy to the same practice. So partly they could not benefit from it. But what is your evaluation of the eco schemes from the perspective of beneficiaries of the system? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you also for our invitation. Back to the state 3 years back, we must say that farmers are not satisfied neither from introduction of eco schemes nor from certain requirements of eco conditions. They must adapt to conditions created by politicians, both at the level of European Commission as well as in domestic policy. But at the same time, I want to highlight very strongly that every sensible farmer will take care of his workplace, so also of soil, doing production so that the soil is always in good culture and brings appropriate and measurable results. Increase in interest in eco schemes compared to 2023 resulted also from the fact that reduced rate of payment from PO made some farmers realize that eco schemes are actually a direction for, firstly, by the way of applied practices to take care of the environment, to improve the content of carbon in the soil, but also to include payments, so participate in sharing the cake of common policy. It is not a big cake, it is a tiny cake. There are less and less funds available, and I think we must be using the situation we are in when we have the presidency in the EU and talk about the future shape of common agricultural policy and how pro-environmental practices should be funded, because common agricultural policy should support improving competitiveness of European agriculture, but environmental practices take the whole package related to forestation or Nature 2000. In our opinion, these practices should be funded from outside the budget of common agricultural policy, so from pro-environmental funds. That would result, because soon in this panel we will come to discussion about height of rates, why they are dropping, why they are not known up front. So I think we have to be considering very strongly in this direction. And the question of what is happening now in geopolitics, the US actually getting away from Paris Accord and question of emission of CO2 and so on. We understand all that for sure, but all the more that in agriculture we notice reduction of CO2 emissions. Please remember that from a farmer's perspective, to decide for specific eco schemes is a decision accompanied by specific costs. Eco schemes are not free of charge. Either you have to invest in appropriate machine depot, or you have to invest on areas in animal breeding. So farmers are actually facing a choice, which scheme to introduce in my conditions of my farm, because a farm is a living organism and we have to take into account what we have in the farm. So what conditions we have, both related to the construction substance, quality of soil, and what we have available regarding fertilization and climate issues, and what we are growing in the farm. So for us it is significant to at least more or less know what will the farm benefit on the given practice. Also regarding the rate of payment. Well, I realize that the state is as it is, 25%. There are envelopes and there's specific number of money, a lot of applications, reduction of payment, but this is very not positive from farmers' perspective regarding planning in the farm. I remember at that time the agency, as Mr. President and Mr. Minister said, had problems with systems, and we as farmers had a problem what to enter, how to enter, and here is also a question of shortage of knowledge at the very beginning. So this effect of the second year and increase of interest in eco schemes is also the fact that education level in farmers and advisors also went up, because advisors also gained better knowledge and they were able to propose something more, what was better for the given farm. So from the perspective of this perspective, when it was being introduced, there were worries, and here Mr. Minister was saying, was talking about revision of the Green Deal. It is necessary in the context of what has gone through Europe, because it is not only the question of approach of Polish farmers, but all over the EU, because we had protests in every country practically. Thank you. Thank you. And continuing on this topic, because we have also representatives of two companies who are very close to the farmer in the field and the farm. I'm interested to hear your perspective, whether the recent the third year of introducing eco schemes, was it actually motivating farmers to pro-environmental practices, or was it more sanctioning what farmers have already done? Because many farmers have been applying it. But what is your opinion, whether eco schemes acted as a financial motivator, a possibility getting the payment, but also the practices which are not just a dry declaration in the application, but they are activities which is controlling in this way or other in the farm. So were they happening really in farms? Well, Mr. Baucha, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to... Well, eco schemes, that means pro-environmental practices. 415,000 of farmers were mentioned here. I think that great majority of those, significant majority of these farmers had been doing it earlier, and they were not motivated by additional payments, but just their economic aspect in their farm, their business, to optimize their production. At least this is what I think. Cooperating with many farmers, not only in Poland, but all through Europe, they got to this earlier. So I think that this only and solely helped them, and all the more
stronę przychodów gospodarstwa.
for the income side of the farm to be seen from a different perspective. But I would like to consider and ask what effects we have from this 415,000 farmers. How many actually improved quality of their soil? Because if we heard about soil, huge investment here, well, I think farmers made investment earlier, investment which allowed them to fit into eco schemes or be it change model of growing and so on and so forth. But for how many the environmental effect was introduced? Because when we were introducing eco schemes in order to have better soil, which was mentioned here, so how many farmers out of the number of 415,000 can show now that they improved their fields or at least kept them in the same state and not worse? How many farmers that can be? Well, it's an open question. Yes, a very open question, because I would like to base on facts, on reality. So if we are to improve our environment, our soils, our farms, so I would like us to somehow prove this. And in my opinion, if we tried, because here we also heard that all the time work is going on about how to adapt eco schemes still more for them to be better, more beneficial, more farmer friendly, and so on. So perhaps let us try to pay farmers specific money for results and not for individual practices, so that we have something measurable, that we can prove it, that we have facts, and not only, because I don't know what is the benefit for a farmer who will mix organic fertilizers within 12 hours or 24 hours. I don't know. I don't have data, and I think no farmer has the data. But I would like us to try, at least if work is going on how to adapt it still better, so that it is better, so that we are paying for specific results. If farmers who changed, who improved their fields, and they can prove it through soil tests and so on and so forth, if they did it, they will get specific money. They should, because this means they didn't harm their fields. They improved their environment surrounding them. I don't care how they got to it. The result, the outcome. And I dream of a situation when we will not treat eco schemes or additional payments as additional revenue. It is just common sense practice. Eco schemes should be treated as something normal. It is standard. We, as all farmers, we should be doing it because it is our business. And this is how I would like to approach it, not as something additional, because when I hear opinions that if now rates for eco schemes have been changed and farmers ask the ministry if they are to return to plowing, then I think deep, what is the sense of it? So whether motivator for having better soil, more productive, better optimized agricultural production, is it only the subsidy? No, in my opinion, it's vast. I would like to see it from a different perspective, so that we try to distribute the vast money in such a way for really specific results. Thank you for this input, and I think the question of testing the results is very important, because we have soil tests, but we know that not all farms do it, so we may not have the results in all farms, but I'm interested to hear the governmental side, if there are any ways to test the results. But Mr. Jarosław Beczka, what is your
Witam Państwa.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My opinion is quite brutal, because with all of you, I can agree, but I'm also a little anti. For what reason? Because my life is brutal, and I walk solidly on the earth. And I focus on facts for years. As a company for 35 years, we have been implementing biotechnology and farming with focus on environment, but not only to care for it, to increase productivity. And actually, eco schemes for me should be a reward for those who are doing it solidly and well, and we should not be creating pathologies, because if eco scheme actually somebody gets it only as an additional source of revenue. So when that source of revenue disappears, then care of environment will disappear. But we should be showing farmers, because being with them, with all respect, neither minister nor my company, none of us is needed when the farmers are not here. If we are not taking care of farmers, if we will not be with them at site and listening to them what to be implemented, and our innovative approach should be helping them to make use of their work to have additional benefits. I think this is the best what can happen, and additional reward. They will be receiving it with a nice smile as it is, but it will be permanent building of biology. Nobody called it 10 years ago as Green Deal. Products of the solution were 3 times more expensive and laughed at as not needed. But our philosophy was always, as a company, looking 10 years ahead to make people aware, to train them, but to show them the positive aspect of these solutions. Now we have a little bit of the comparison. Well, in the past we had antibiotics, now we have probiotics. Everybody accepted it, that it is natural, not that they are paying us for using probiotics, but it's for our health. And if we are training and showing them well, wisely, but we have to go and talk to people. And I may only apologize to everybody from the Ministry of Agriculture, because we are brutal in everyday activities. But if we are discussing, it means we are very much after, because Polish agriculture is at a very high level. We have a lot of people involved with great motivation. 30 years ago, we had nothing. Each of us wanted success. Western Europe has a greater problem, but we must wake up, because now Western Europe is actually experiencing the crisis, and the next generation will wake up soon. And our generation, I always say, well-being kills, and we are entering in the period of well-being, and the next generation can have a problem. So now I would not be worried about our agriculture, our future, because we must be honest. Even if we argue, it's not because we do something against somebody. It's just like we demand, we as our advisors, to be trained at site so that they do not talk nonsense. So it's just like in biological aspect. I can hear that for 3 years everybody have been creating biology. There was a time if somebody was getting up earlier who was creating a company with biological solutions. There is a lot of pathology in it, but we have to be testing farmers, test new solutions, but test them wisely. Look, because nobody is becoming a farmer who will come from the town, buy 1,000 hectares of land. They will not become a farmer. Yes, they may have experts, but they will not be experts themselves. I have never been a politician, but I want to discuss toughly based on facts. I started from agriculture. I know what hard work is. I love farmers because my products must be bestsellers and advisors. We, as those who support the company, we must help them to implement. But then the farmer is best advertiser and partner for me. I'm proud if a farmer has been using my solutions for 30 years, created 30 years ago. If I go to a market or to a mall where the solutions, 9 out of 10 products are mine, I'm proud. Not that I advertise them, no. Advertisement can help only, but for none of my projects I got any subsidy. My company never got any subsidy, and we are where we are not because we are, we were getting presents. We are making the best, and we are taking care of our farmers. If we are not, if we are cheating them, we will not have whom to work for. Unless we understand that, we will not learn anything. And I kindly ask everybody to brutally, but to go and talk to farmers, to learn from them, because they will give us most hints. And do not let us listen to only those from Podlasie or from Western Pomerania, because when we go all through the country, we will take an average. It doesn't mean one or the other farmer is not right. No, everybody is right, but let us look at all these opinions, because then we will learn to draw a median out of it. Well, expectations in farmers vary, and eco schemes help it. But I wanted to give a chance to representatives of the Ministry of and agency to relate to what Mr. Baucha said. Is it possible to measure the results of implementing eco schemes? Well, honorable ladies and gentlemen, referring to eco schemes, this makes theory different from practice, because in theory, eco schemes should be adapted to the profile of the farm. In real life, the profile of the farm sometimes is adapted to eco schemes, and this should not be the case, because I know what I can benefit from, and I do this. Will it be a better payment, or no, what does it result from? Here we have some employees. He who earns a lot in basic salary is not taking overtime. The same with farmer. If it paid to produce, the farmer would not look whether they get 200 zlotys more in eco schemes. No, they earn on what they are producing, but unfortunately, often there is shortage of money, and everybody see that they could benefit from these funds. Earlier, there were more funds directed to investment activities, so it went into modernization, into activities renewing machine depots, and gave an opportunity to modernize barns and inventory buildings. But it is difficult to evaluate it after 2 or 3 years of operation, because those results will come, but not in such a short time perspective. It is sometimes better to prevent rather than cure, and this is the prophylactics of subsidies, so that we can benefit from it. We also have various practices, and what was scaring us at the very beginning. So geotagged photos and registers which were to be filled in. And now a clerk with constant internet connection, after one click they get results, and compare them to a farmer who went to the most distant field by the forest and clicks and waits 3 hours to get it confirmed. So he must focus on transporting the manure and mix it with soil. And what for these results? To avoid nitrogen escaping, but rather than that, to have it staying in the ground. Everybody must use atmospheric conditions, so they don't need to be in a hurry on a rainy day, but on a sunny day they must do it and mix it with soil as fast as possible. So some eco schemes proved work better, some less, and when we had this dilemma, we sat together to reduce the level of subsidies within eco schemes. Then each of the eco schemes each of them was studied individually. What was its significance, both for environmental aspects but also social, because manure not mixed with soil results in telephone calls to the police that he left manure on the ground for the weekend. And this is what the ministry needs to cope with. So maintaining the production function of the village. Several things have been simplified, like excluding 4% from production, which became a voluntary eco scheme, and it appeared that some farmers benefit from it. Not saying that one region is better, one is worse, because this is not how we should be evaluating it. But we know in some regions there are more people who want to benefit from this eco scheme. In other regions, it is not actually of great interest, because if there is hunger of grounds, nobody will be excluding production to get money from eco-scheme. And also those new eco-schemes appearing were not invented by the ministry alone or agency of the restructuring, but this is a response to the needs of farmers and those who want to benefit from it. And the envelope is in common, whether from this scheme or the other, the farmer is gaining money. But we want to implement a new eco scheme and have money from it, and on the other hand, to benefit in the farm. So, for example, plow less, and various other topics will show up, but also improving the well-being of animals. This is what we put stakes on from the accession of Poland to the EU. These activities, adaptation to European standards, were in place where actually manure boards and tanks, reservoirs appeared, and how do we name it? It's another thing. I'm most angry that in every perspective, every activity, we have to put a different name to it. Seemingly the same goals are fulfilled, but clerks, officials have a problem learning all the long names. Rather than the farmer who has to use the name once a year, twice a year. So we have to simplify, deregulate what was complicated too much, rather than to consider what a name to apply to the mechanism or the project. The point is to utilizing the potential of the farm possibly best to be able to benefit from funds prepared for this purpose. Thank you very much. And President Leszek Szymański in the same subject. I find it hard to refer to because the agency plays a difficult role, because we are to pass the funds to farmers, to prove to auditors that the things which we are in control of, we allocate funds for, have really happened, and that all was in place, and this is what we are accountable for, and whether we have no budgetary corrections. But I agree with my predecessors that evaluation regarding eco schemes is actually in progress, because all these changes which happened in 2025, I guess were analysis and sense of certain eco schemes and certain payments, because in 2023 the area under eco schemes was almost 11 million hectares. Out of this, a quarter, 2.6 million hectares, were simplified systems of farming, whereas 2.1 million hectares was the practice mixing straw with soil. So actually half funds which went to eco schemes were allocated for these two practices. And I can blindly agree with you without making any test that the funds for integrated production or biological protection were of greater influence on environmental effect, but we as agency do not have results of such tests. We have all statistical data, both regarding finance and implementation of eco schemes. However, I believe that by all means we need evaluation of these eco schemes, because even contacting, farmers who raise their comments to us, then the number of eco schemes versus now reduction to 2 payments. So I guess there will be some reflection in the following period that these funds have to be redirected maybe elsewhere. Thank you. So, as you have the microphone, I would like to ask, because there are 3 months until closing 2024, but I think farmers, both those present in the audience and those listening to us on the internet, would like to have figures showing the direct payments and also eco schemes, what they look like now, and if there are conclusions from inspections and administrative
wdrożeń, które powinny mieć miejsce w tej
regarding
perspektywie,
implementations and changes which should take place in the following perspective, and
powiemy, ale
we have new call in progress, so whether in this call anything happened which is of interest and which changes the perspective looking at the eco schemes. Well, I will say something controversial in relation to farmers, but when I talked of the 6 eco schemes after protests of farmers where we had very tough discussions last year, we implemented eco scheme number 7, more Clark-related empathy to the farmer. It may sound funny, but when calls for applications started, farmers actually were cross with us that the agency demanded something, told to take pictures. So actually in agency of restructuring we were actually brought to being sober when one of you gentlemen said, without farmers we would not exist, so we have to go back to the roots as clerks. No, we should be actually moving around farmers because thanks to them we have our jobs and we operate, and a lot of simplifications have been introduced. It was mentioned until 2024, that means giving up the obligatory 4% laying off grounds from production. Madam Director is here, you will agree with me. Few people believe that this requirement will be waived after protests of farmers, and it became a voluntary eco scheme. We had GAIC 6, GAIC 7. Yes, regarding the soil cover until mid-October, with a break for preparing soil for winter.
Jak były protesty rolnicze, agencja wydzwaniała.
When there were protests, the agency was calling, please send a statement to the agency. Please send a register. We cannot publish a decision. Just remember, when there was no register, so there were sanctions. You could actually appeal from this, but there were maybe lines of resistance. No, we will give nothing to the agency. We will not fulfill any requirements. So actually the staff of the agency found, please, we need this document to be able to issue the decision. You may globally not agree with me, but everybody internally knows how it worked at the end of 2023 for this eco scheme company to campaign to be closed. And as the moderator mentioned, the first thing which we agree with, the farmers were most cross with us, those who applied for well-being payments. So over 90,000 in 2023 and over 113,000 in 24. Well, what is the money? We are in the farm the whole year, and you are putting off the payment time. It resulted from the fact that reference periods regarding well-being of animals actually end mid-March, so we had to wait till mid-March to see the number of beneficiaries fulfilling the requirements, pass this information to the ministry. Ministry, based on this, prepared a resolution about rates and drawing conclusions from 2023 not to withhold payments for farmers who are most involved and who allocate most work into their production. We split, so well-being payments are a separate decision and direct payments separate decisions. Thanks to splitting these decisions and eco scheme number 7, empathy, today we have 97.5% farmers have decisions already issued, so very little remained to be solved. And things like check at site and appeals where people do not accept the area established by the agency, and farmers who used eco schemes, 113. It is almost 13 million zlotys to be so very soon the farmers will get their money. So rationality in approach seems to be significant compared to year 2023. 2023. So this is what it looks like today. Maybe if you have some detailed questions, then I
Czas nas goni, więc myślę, że
time is pressing on us, so I think for more details we will run short of time. But evaluation of these changes and eco schemes for 2024, I'm interested in the opinion of farmers. Mr. Robak Nowak, National Chamber of Agriculture, National Council of Agricultural Chambers. Before I answer, so regarding paying for effects, very briefly, if you allow. So actually, in many cases, this is the case. The whole well-being of animals are measurable effects. This is a question of living area and area for free running and grazing, and all these are measurable effects which are visible. Actually, the only effect which is verifiable, it's a question of increasing the soil content, the carbon content in soil, and in 2 years it's not achievable. So I'm not against paying for effects, but I believe that this is the case in most cases, because either specific activity and specific area of honey bearing ground, or the living stand for a pig or a cow. But what about what you were asking? Campaign 2024 shows that farmers evaluated better than 2023 because they filed more applications. So this tells us that there is more interest, although we are also trying to adapt to the rules of the game in force. And what will be in campaign of 2025, I guess the next increase will happen, although actually there are few hectares on which some eco scheme is not working yet, and those limitations related to the fact that we can apply for 300 up to 300 hectares to 2 eco areas. Well, actually the kilt is short, and there are little funds, and not to make people uninterested in so low rates, which will simply be not interesting for anybody. Such decisions were needed at the moment, but I guess we will touch on it soon. Well, you have already raised this topic, unless there is a comment regarding the situation of 2024 system being closing down now, but would representatives of agrobusiness like to add something as your evaluation of farmers' approach to the implementation of eco schemes last year? Mr. Bauch, I'm glad that there are more and more. Well, I hope every farmer will be able to benefit from these subsidies, but activities with awareness taken up in their fields, if regarding this effect, I understand that these are things which are visible and these results, but in reality, so that we all, as all farmers, know the objective of introducing all that, so that all these payments, as far as I remember, were to motivate for more pro-environmental approach to agricultural production. And what you mentioned here now, that we have various regulations in place which are reducing the rates and so on. Here I agree with you. Will it really be motivating to avoid soon a situation that somebody will say, no, it doesn't pay because I will not get it, or it's too little. This is also slightly risky, but let me repeat that I'm glad there are more and more farmers, and I hope every farmer will be able to benefit from any payment, doing something more focused on the environment, so that the farm is operating better and better. So here I hope that these results, specific results, I agree with you that in the ground you cannot show the content of carbon increasing in soil year on year, because these are processes which take years. But if we even carried out monitoring of grounds year on year of every field in the farm, we would have better control over our production, and then it would be perhaps easier and sooner to increase the content of carbon in soil, because what we miss is understanding of the overall goal and why we are doing it. And here I think that if education will change, and if education is directed like this, so not only farmers, but all environment, all producers will benefit from it.
To jest trochę też tak, że
So referring to these eco schemes,
brutalny i prosty przykład, jak się zastanowimy.
brutal example why a small child is crying.
Ostatnią jakby deską ratunku jest po prostu krzyk.
So the last resource is shouting if nobody is responding. The same is with farmers. If they don't hear us, there is frustration at the end and shouting. So this is how we can explain it. And if we all make an input to it, creating and implementing new solutions, and I think that there are few companies and people who can implement those innovative solutions, sometimes difficult to implement, I think we will all be successful. And exceptional difficult farmers who shout most loudly and are very recognizable. If we approach them business-wise, like a customer raising complaints, everybody in business knows that the toughest complaint may generate the best business partner for the future. But if we know that we are doing something good and we are 100% sure, certain of our solutions, we don't give in. We tend to explain, like explaining to a child, to sit and talk in partnership, and then we have a partner. We are not quarreling. We come to the conclusion we needed that argument in order to come to a common opinion. And as I said, if we generate new eco schemes, let us try to talk more broadly so that we implement them possibly best, because regarding animal well-being, some solutions which are not mentioned at all can fulfill much greater effect and give us better results than what we are doing now. But we have to talk more, because we actually walk solidly on the ground. And if we are 100% certain of something, we believe in what we do and we never give in. And here we are talking about 3 years. We cannot be evaluating. The perspective of 3 years in agriculture is nothing. So there might be enthusiasm, then, getting tired, but we never give in. We possibly adapt, listening to our partners, the farmers, and then we can raise our agriculture, because I believe we have experience in agriculture both in Arabic countries, in the UK or in the EU. Believe me, we have really agriculture at good level, but we must be promoting it. We must want to talk to the farmers, and we will all benefit. The officials, the clerks, and the public and farmers, but we must not give in. We must discuss toughly, but listen to opinions from the other side. Thank you for this input, and we are coming to the final part of our debate. We'll be talking about eco schemes for 2025, proposals for changes which have already happened, because the call is already in progress and the changes will be in force. So let me remind you the main changes in eco schemes this year. It is limiting them to 300 hectares and to introduce subsidy to seed material, and changing the points regarding mixing soil with straw and integrated production. Let me ask representatives of the ministry and the agency first, Mr. Krajewski and Mr. Szymański, to tell us a little bit more about changes prepared for the next year, and then I would like to ask representatives of the agriculture sector and agro-business, asking for your comments if these changes are going in the right direction. Welcome, Mr. Minister, the floor is yours. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, well, there are a few things we have to mention here. It's those limitations. What do they result from? Well, in line with Polish constitution, family company is up to 300 hectares, so we believe that these farmers deserve greatest support, and within eco schemes the subsidy is additional. And this is being done in order to avoid thinking mid-year that again we have to be cutting down on payments and as we already struggled with it, and considering which eco scheme we can take away more from what farmer gets and where less, because it was a rule that in 2024 we had to cut 25% in every farm if we actually went along one scheme. And also we have experienced that by 2.3 million hectares the area was increased within eco schemes, and this results also from no limitations being there. Now there are eco schemes you can benefit maximum from 2. It is not related to a few cases where is water retention included and where there are practices related to carbon farming, and what is to serve the new eco scheme here, subsidies to qualified seeds, and we are also after maintaining quality, but also less consumption of chemicals and plant protection chemicals, and it was mentioned earlier, if there is such a trend in Europe that more and more active substances are being reduced, then the chemical is becoming more biological protection. So biological protection will be winning against chemical. And this eco scheme, which we are talking about, related on the one hand to biological protection and also those microbiological fertilization products, products which we will be able to use. There are actually rules to be adhered to. They must be on the Young internet page as tested and approved products, appropriate purchasing when it was done, and of course application of them must be actually provided until 15th of September. The products couldn't have been bought earlier, that after 15 July the year before, so that all that is measurable and possible and verifiable. But also there are two big changes which we also have to mention, although we as ministry and agency do not find it easy to talk about this, but these are the questions related to the strategic plan, so social conditionality. But also we worked here with State Job Inspectorate to have those inspections only related to those farms which are employers employing labor based on labor law. It is not affecting farmers hiring seasonal workers for harvesting, but GAEK 2, which is today also a source of many complaints from the farmers and their dissatisfaction. It was actually assumed in 2022, and this thickness of 40 centimeters and content of carbon, earlier mentioned 30%, would give 600,000 hectares. We managed reducing it to 40%, where over 170 hectares could be excluded from this, but also a significant part of it is related to permanent green areas, 9–10% it's arable land, and it is not only so, because we will additionally be giving interpretation of regulations so that the current maintenance, mud removal from ditches and removing bushes is not building drainage trenches. So we will keep informing of it. So, Mr. President, would you like to add anything? I will only, as I represent the paying agency, I will say what those changes came from, because if we have 3.7 billion euros for payments in the given year, 15% out of it being for sectoral payments, that means related for food, for plant and animal production and mini schemes. So there is a question of increasing 25%, but at the cost of basic support of revenue in agriculture. These changes were resulted by this, and regarding social conditioning, because it is a very popular topic, but it is like the geotagged photo, because following the state labor inspector, there will be a couple dozen inspections. If some
to będzie tylko w decyzji.
Actually, incompatibilities will be noted. So broadly, the sanction will not be applied. So ending the input. And thank you. And as promised, I would like to ask other panelists about their comment whether the changes you mentioned are good. Those introduced this year. I think they are good because it also shows that we want to appreciate Polish solutions, but I will mention a Polish system we will be talking about, and I will outline it to take care not only of rural but also town environment, biologization regarding welfare of animals. Well, actually, for over 20 years, products applied to
co przekłada nam się na większe wbudowanie tych związków strukturalnych.
So applying chemicals to
Rolnik, jeżeli są tutaj tacy, którzy używają naszych rozwiązań od 30 lat,
mulching. Well, you have two reservoirs with manure, use biological solutions for the
wyrzucony czy wylany na pole jest zupełnie innym nawozem.
well, such product applied to the field is a completely different manure. And what do we benefit as a town if there is less ammonia? Well, it stinks less. Sometimes we don't know that there is a farm nearby. So with small money, we can implement it. We would even get a prize. So we have a ready solution, and everybody are satisfied from it. Thank you, Mr. Adam Baucha. It's good that all the time this evaluation is going on and aiming at this from the perspective of ministry and the agency for this to be more simple, more available, and for possibly most or even all farmers to be able to use these additional subsidies. Let us remember that we have one agriculture, whatever we call it, carbon, ecological, sustainable, or whatever names we use, biological, regenerative. But there is one agriculture and one eco scheme, one payment for the fact that it will be better, that the farmer will actually inflict a less measurable effect on environment. It would be enough to motivate those who are not doing it or do not agree to in this trend and in such production, more friendly, more environmental friendly, with lesser negative influence on environment, less emission of the greenhouse gases, ammonia and CO2 and NOx's to have, because this is what we are all after, because the Paris Accords are all what we as a country have, but there's responsibility on us as farmers in the form of the fact that we are producing food, and we have to produce the food possibly best quality and best quantity with possibly least influence on environment. And one eco scheme which would be subsidizing those who have lesser influence than others would be enough. And last input, Mr. Nowak, regarding changes extending the eco scheme package by seeds, biological protection of plants, we are satisfied. We believe it is a very good direction. We are not necessarily satisfied by limitations regarding two eco schemes and the area, because this, depending on the farm, some farmers are able to accept it, some not. But we understand that this was the choice of lesser evil in a situation we are in now. But if you allow me one sentence more, eco schemes are not only, but they generate also for us administrative obligations. This unfortunate bureaucracy. Gentlemen, really, when we sit at 8 a.m. In the morning on Sunday to all these registers, then we end at 4 p.m. What does it mean if I did it in something on the 10th of March? No, it's important to do it in the agricultural period. Let's change this, and thank you for this additional eco scheme, empathy for farmer. We appreciate what staff of agency, not only agency of restructurization, but all agencies serving the ministry do, and it is very necessary because we have to understand one another. Maybe let's do the utmost for solutions to be active to the economic benefit for the farmer, and eco scheme to be an additional prize award, and we will be all satisfied. So one sentence to Robert. If I were Clark, without empathy, I would say, hey, you should start on Sunday at 6 a.m., not 8, and then it would be easier. But no, we have to simplify, because farmer with care is doing everything with care for the farm and not for the clerk, for the official. For us, it is more important sometimes to actually file a calf for the register rather than feeding it. So
Dziękuję panom również.
thank you. Also, well, we stole a few minutes of time. I think the discussion was worth it. Thank you. And my guests were Mr. Zon Krajewski, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Areas.
Pan Leszek Szymański.
Mr. Leszek Szymański, Deputy President of Agency of Restructurization and Modernization of Farming. Mr. Jarosław Peczka, owner of Dzień and co-owner of BioLeader and Program Polska. And we also had Mr. Adam Bałcza, President of the Foundation for Development of Agriculture, Terra Nostra, and last but not least, Mr. Bałcza, President of the Foundation for Development of and a farmer. And I encourage you to participate in further debates today and tomorrow. I think a lot of interesting discussions will be going on, and the topic you touched on, what are the conclusions and implementations after last year's protests, will appear in further teams. So the questions we didn't get a comprehensive response, you will hear in the next ones for sure. Thank you for your kind attention.
cudownie, już chyba tutaj pani przyszła. A, bo... O, super by było. Dzięki.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be gradually beginning. I am Justyna Jasiewicz and I work in Pricewaterhouse, Poland. We support public institutions in their digital transformation, and I guess you are considering,
Co ja tutaj robię?
what am I doing here? Well, so as PricewaterhouseCoopers, we also support public administration and cooperating with the European Commission in implementing structural reforms. And together with our friends from Horti Media, from the former panel, we end the project about transformation in Poland. And after cooperation with various partners, we had an opportunity to meet during this fascinating adventure, which this project is. We also got here, and I'm very glad that today we will be talking not very balanced panel gender-wise, but it gives us a good input to discussion on how digital technologies and breakthrough technologies can be supporting presence of women in food tech. And I will be talking to four gentlemen who in discussion will show us synergy of various perspectives which are present in the sector of agricultural production and processing also, because we have a great variety, although it is uniform gender-wise, the panel, it's a great variety regarding various sectors being represented here. My guests today in the panel are Mr. Mirosław Raba, AT Food, Mr. Wasyl Golubka, Marketing, Corteva, Agri-Science, Marcin Gryn, who is a farmer implementing modern technologies in his farm, and Mr. Marcin Brochucki, who is a manager in Polnek Farms. And in a moment I'll ask gentlemen to introduce themselves, but let me tell you what the panel is going to look like. We have 58 minutes for discussion with four panelists who have a lot to say. Some of the panelists already behind us. We started discussing in the foyer some 40 minutes ago, and we almost came late to this panel. After a brief presentation, introduction, and the gentleman will tell you what topics they deal with, we will have 2 rounds of questions. And the concept is that in the first round, we will make a bit of a zoom out. We will try to talk about what are the main technologies, but also what innovations, breakthrough solutions are, but also what are the main barriers which make implementation of these technologies difficult for farmers and producers. And in the second round, more precisely, we'll talk about what solutions are currently available in the market and how the various sectors can be supporting farmers in adopting them. It is extremely important, as we discussed before entering here. We would very much like to touch on those barriers in implementation, and we will wrap up with a few minutes of discussion about the main challenges. So, if you allow, let me ask my guest for a brief introduction, maybe from that end, a really brief life story, what you were involved in, and welcome. I'm Marcin Grochocki. I work in Polmlek company, and with 10 years of experience in modern technologies for dairy farms. From 2016, I have been working with Polmlek Group as specialist in milk powders, new products, new technologies. And since 2023, I am Polmlek for Farms project manager. Great, thank you, Mirek. Yes, good morning, Mirek Raba. I represent the community of knowledge and innovation, EIT Food. I am also manager, and my main role in this organization is to cooperate with our strategic partners and extending strategic partnerships to European scale. And from this perspective, I will be presenting today. I will be responding to your questions. Great, thank you. Good morning, I'm Wasyl Golubka, and first of all, I would like to thank you for invitation to this conference. I am head of marketing in Corteva Agriscience company, and among others, I'm in charge for introduction new species into Polish market and plant production. Corteva Agriscience is a biotechnological company, agricultural company. It's an American company, active globally, and in spite of being quite young, it is 6 years in the market. It resulted as a merger of 3 companies, which actually gives us over 50 years of history in cooperation with Polish farmer. Thank you. And a Polish farmer, thank you very much. A very warm welcome. I'm Marcin Gremia, and advocate to my predecessor. I'm at the other end of the chain. I run a family farm in Zamojski region, family which within a few years, from a few hectares, exceeded the barrier of 100 hectares. I recognize that if I want to mean something in this space, if I want to exist in the future, I must catch up with leaders, and it was possible, among others, thanks to some innovations, technological innovations, and changing approach to agriculture compared to former generations. Although later I will tell you we are back to the roots. And additionally, I act as a member of the board of Zamojski Plant Association and producers of cereals, and towards technological changes, legislative changes also, which are of great importance for my farm. And I'm looking at our direction, but if not us, who will form this future well? Thank you for the brief presentations, and as you can see here, lots of perspectives is provided. And Mirek, I would like to ask from asking you the first question. You said that from your perspective and what you deal in your organization, cooperation is of key importance, but I would like you to make a step back, asking you what for this cooperation and in what aspects technology is developing so that cooperation mechanisms are more and more significant, and how, from EIT Food perspective, these technologies supported by the work of farmers in the region, within one region, one country, or over natural level, how can they support implementation and adoption of the technologies? Thank you for this question. And let me add what EIT Food is dealing with and why I'll be talking of innovations. Our organization was established by European Commission in order to support the development of innovations in broadly understood agri-food industry, and therefore we carry out various activities supporting young farmers and also large institutions and companies in implementing innovations. And regarding technological trends, we can see based on experience we have with startups, because we supported about 1,500 of them over the recent 3 years. It is really quite a large number, and we get feedback directly. These are 3 areas I can tell you about, but these areas and technologies are already there. We can see iteration and improvement of these technologies, but what will be breakthrough will be combining them into one, and such a consolidation which will allow to implement these technologies in farms, helping farmers to better work and have better results of their work. The first area is healthy soil. Here we can see a great need to support healthy soil, and here we are talking of 2 aspects. On the one hand, it is testing soil and getting quick results. In the former panel, we got a statement that you have to wait 2-3 years in order to be able to refer to results, and that's true, but we are after helping innovators in the way of testing soil so that farmer can get feedback quicker. And on the other hand, we can see innovations, and I'll be basing on startups we cooperated with. Modern approach to fertilizers. One of such examples is EcoLife company. It is a Slovenian startup which patented technology of creating fertilizer actually pretending to be natural soil. It is an example of modern approach to fertilizers, not necessarily looking at what to add, but how to create or replicate natural processes in such a way that it can be done en masse. This is one element. So we have, say, healthy soil. And the second technological direction we can see is precise agriculture and robotization. And again, as I mentioned earlier, these are not new directions, but they should in future merge very nicely, and here we can see the beginning of this concept. And here regarding precise agriculture, let me give you 2 examples. One is a Polish company, Sadagro, we cooperated with, who give access to the platform utilizing satellite data to manage a farm. This first example, and the other one you can see here in Ripe's Technologies in the exhibition area. It's a robot combining AI and robotization, helping in harvesting berries, broadly understood. And third direction is plants themselves, and here we are talking of not genetic modification, but about approaching building a plant. Building, it's not a good word, but to having a plant which will be resistant to climate changes. And here we can see approach to this. There is a limitation regarding GMO, therefore we are not getting into this, but we have an example of a startup from France which went through our acceleration processes with a modern approach to natural evolution, speeding up the process so that you can view a plant in such a, hey, okay, what plants we need in these conditions, in this climate, and how can we get to this plant using natural processes happening in the nature anyway. So these are the 3 elements we can see as the main directions for development of technology. And as I mentioned up front, regarding revolutionary implementation of these technologies, it will be combining them and implementing them as a unity in managing the farm in the future. So in my opinion, these will be the elements I would like to talk about. Thank you very much for going 1 or even 2 steps away from, I mean, to give us a broader perspective in this discussion. The project I mentioned, we were dealing with the second element you mentioned. You talked of precise agriculture and how AI and technology, sensors, biosensors, IoT, can support a farmer in everyday farm management, but the broader context of soil health and health of plants is very important. What does it look like from farmers' perspective? Which areas, which Mirek mentioned, you are implementing in your farm? You know, over coffee we made friends, so I address panelists directly, but which technologies you are making use from, and what are the benefits from applying them? And if you could tell us also how these technologies, what role they played in descaling from small farm to over 100 hectares. And here my predecessors made a very good introduction to what I may refer to. But by the way, starting, let me refer to the title of the conference. We are talking of innovations, technological innovations. We have to start from this. Not to confuse techniques with technology, because techniques is digitalization, developing, but technology is the whole lot of production, which starts from preparing the seeds and production means which the farmer is using. And here we feel a bit of shortage compared to the rest of the world, not only about the opportunities and threats, because from a farmer's perspective, unfortunately, I must state that we talk a lot today about threats like Mercosur or Ukraine entering the European Union. Well, we're from Mercosur. Let me raise a theory as a diagnosis. Europe is a very good creation of innovation. We have very capable scientists, good production centers regarding new technologies. But why these technologies are not implemented here? Well, today, first of all, European restrictions raise a barrier, legal barrier for implementation of many innovations, and a financial barrier, because all legal aspects generate further costs for implementing innovations, both for producers of the innovations, but also for consumers and for the farmer. Therefore, these innovations, I'm worried, will unfortunately be shrinking in Europe, and this area we will be able to benefit from will be more and more narrow. And what I'm aiming at, this Mercosur, is not significant due to what will be going towards us regarding agricultural products, but regarding technologies escaping from here, because all innovative technologies go to American markets and dynamically developing African, Asian markets. But now I'm aiming at what I want to say. We in our farm, we are using, first of all, well, we are from the very beginning putting stakes on good seeds quality. So what we want to highlight, where we see new genome techniques which will somehow allow us to prepare the plant for difficult conditions which keep changing. To mention the conditions in my farm, where I make notes and analysis from the beginning of January until now, 60 liters of water fell. So it is 250 in a year, I hope, will come. So this will be 250 millimeters per square meter, and it will be in two large scale rainfalls, which will generate more evil than good. We can see that climate crisis is increasing, so we must prepare plants before they go to our fields, and we as farmers do our utmost to prepare those fields for the plants so that they can make use of the potential, still existing potential. It's too big a word, but in our farm we pay special attention at the healthy soil. In our economy we actually do plowless in wheat, rye and potato, which is disputable, but with the rainfall I mentioned, we must catch every drop of water. We must not let water floating away, so we actually plow down to 50 centimeters structures, and we apply very deep fertilization to stimulate the root system to development of the, so that from the water gathered in soil they make better use, because soil is today just great storage of water and carbon, and the more organic matter, the more water we can gather. It is also very pro-environmental, because the carbon sequestrated in soil is in soil, not in atmosphere. Therefore, today we have this ecological aspect of agriculture. Today we are looking for highly complicated schemes which can make agriculture more pro-climate. Actually, plants sequestrate CO2 and gather the carbon in soil. So I'm actually hopping here and there, but I want to fit in time. Today we are also benefiting from a lot of digitalization and technique aspects. What I myself learned a few days ago, today we are talking of not laboratory tests, but we talk of digital analysis of plant and soil. These are novelties which will be appearing. So almost online we will have information about what is happening in the field, what is happening with the plants, and AI, which is we may say a new baby of this new technology, elaborates models which will be actually taking decision-making off our head, or will be helping, advising. These opportunities are very broad, but what I mentioned initially, there is a great worry from us that legally certain things may appear too big barriers to be crossed, and I think that here Mr. from Cortega can say much more. If other non-European markets are open, and how much capital is invested here today. Today we can see it even in spite of the crisis in Ukraine. We keep hearing how modern technologies are implemented in those farms in order to survive this crisis. And today we are facing a great challenge for Europe to make a step back, because we have to realize that the settlement tribe is out of fashion. Well, actually, a village surrounded by a fence was built in the past, and now we either want to have a situation open, cooperating with the whole world, or to make it a closed settlement and produce for our own market. Here we mentioned new genome techniques, but I wouldn't like us to be afraid to say that we farmers need GMO plants in order to fight those changes, and many of these challenges we have to be talking about, which are being imposed on a farmer, to cope with them. In the second part, I think I will be able to dwell on it more broadly. Great thanks for this input, not only the practical and legal aspects, showing us the legal challenges being one of the key areas which makes life more difficult for farmers and producers. But now I would like to move on to producers and recipients of farm products. Vasyl, we have a broad context outlined, trends, practice. So, Vasyl, I would like to ask you now what the latest achievements in the area of your organization are seen, what you are working on, but also to avoid forgetting about the side of absorption of new technologies and innovations, how farmers are prepared
przygotowani do korzystania z przełomowych.
for making use of breakthrough solutions, of innovations, and are you supporting them somehow?
Biotechnologii
Clear. In biotechnology, in agriculture, the main support should be in three areas: helping farmer cope with difficult conditions, increase crops, and support sustainable development. And if we are talking of these biotechnologies, innovations, I would heave off three main areas. One of such main pillars is biopesticides, products which contain natural substances, be it fungi, microorganisms, or extracts from plants which help fight diseases or pests. Innovation also being biofertilizers, which help us improve quality of soil and to use the maximum of microelements present in the soil. Next innovation, which was mentioned here, are new genome techniques, so-called NGT, which help us precisely to improve the species by using genes from the given type of plants. NGT species are very similar to traditional farming. We can twice speed up the process instead of
prawie już 5 lat, tak? Co przyszybcia
creating a new variety instead of 10 years, we need less years. So regarding ammunition for the changing conditions, in many countries they already introduced the legislative approvals enabling tests and commercialization on NGT, mainly South America, North America, African and Asian markets, but in the EU legislative work is in progress, but we are looking at it with optimism. Viewing these works. So, we hope it will also appear. Thank you very much. And
Przepraszam, przejdziemy na stronę.
then let's move to the side of producers. Broad perspective is already behind us. Marcin, a question to you. What, in your opinion, greatest from Polmlek perspective and Polmlek for farms, this perspective would be interesting. What greatest challenges you see related to integration of modern technologies in production processes? And again, a question, how are you supporting and preparing farmers, producers, to utilizing them?
Myślę, że mogę trochę więcej powiedzieć o tym projekcie.
Can I say more about this project?
Ważne jest to, co tu pan Marcin też powiedział.
It's important what Marcin said about his worries, and generally the Polmlek for Farms project is something what we created to support Polish dairy breeders. But I must admit it is a common initiative following all these unclarities, doubts, these dynamics of legal changes.
Powstaje bardzo duża obawa, jest duża niepewność, tak.
Quite a lot of uncertainty arises. It requires much greater consolidation, much tighter cooperation between producer, supplier, and the dairy farm and dairy plant. And therefore, our project was organized supporting farms through innovative products, through knowledge transfer, through access to modern technologies, but among others also through supporting the good climate for further development of the sector. So at conferences like this one, where we together talk about something being wrong. There are certain problems which may stop the sector soon, and we cannot allow this because it can be compared to a race where we have a superb car. We have a vast potential, and we drive at the fourth gear with a high rotation, and somebody says, okay, maybe now you drive on three wheels. No, something like this must not be in place, and therefore we want to go on and to put it into the next gear. So this is what it should look like, and there is quite a lot of things which we have to do, and we do together. And farmer is entrepreneur, first of all, and it is changing. And farmer, as a modern person, needs modern solutions. We talk of managing the farm, optimization of costs. We also support our farmers with good genes aimed at popularizing the solutions which are the future, which we have to be introducing, trying to remain competitive in the market. And if we know that most milk in Poland must be exported, we as a large company, we export to 140 countries worldwide. In each of those countries there are various restrictions, regulations, but we must remain competitive to other producers. Well, as Mariusz said, we have the additional balance. We cannot be competitive to countries who do not have this balance. So our only edge is technological edge. We cannot be competing with simple cost prevalence. We have to be developing technology. We have to be introducing new specialist products. We have to build competitive edge so that we can further export these goods. And Polmlek is a pioneer in development of technologies, new products, be it in food market, but also in animal feeding, because we introduced such milk replacement products into the market, and other products were, among others, we are using milk raw materials. So yet another problem being shrinking number of dairy farms in this country, and also the fact that less and less young people want to stay in those farms and work. We must also show them, and we must give them tools for their work, not to be only hard hack work from morning to night, but they are entrepreneurs. They have to base on statistics, on facts, on data, and AI will help them to gather the data, analyze the data to some extent. Of course, decision will always finally be in the hands of the farmer, of the entrepreneur. And we are going in this direction to give them real tools, real programs, innovative products, and through this to remain competitive in the market. And if all these challenges I mentioned, we will cope with it together with our suppliers, external barriers, in inner limitations. So if we go in this direction further on to still increase the burden, we will not have strong farms. A strong farm is a strong dairy plant, and strong dairy plant is a stability partner not only for animal breeders, but also provides stability for consumers as well. So these challenges of contemporary world, of contemporary agriculture, are also barriers for implementing new technologies in the farms due to dissatisfaction, due to
bezcelowe.
many farms see changes being pointless, because why should I be doing it? In a moment there will be further barriers, so maybe better we stop this production. And no, we cannot accept it. Yeah, let's lease the land. No. Some people will benefit, will follow this trend, but some will undoubtedly be aiming at concluding their activities. And we as producers cannot afford this. We as dairy processing farms, we will not be operating without raw material. So this is a common initiative for difficult times, but I hope it will be continued. I can see, based on these meetings, because transfer of technology at conferences, we are meeting our suppliers, and it is fine because they are not saying now, hey, do this product or that product, but they say, hey, let us do it together. So we are not a cooperative, but they feel this being our project in common, making deeper sense. What you are saying shows
no, taki bardzo
a very
szerokie zjawisko, że
broad phenomenon that undoubtedly production and agriculture is at the time of great change and great transition, among others, generation transition, which we discussed in the before the panel. Well, succession of farms, encouraging young people to stay in agriculture, in agricultural production, broadly understood in all possible sectors. And, well, semi-seriously, we are saying that young people dream of sitting in IT in glass skyscrapers and working there, but there are, well, actually nothing more than agricultural production based on processing data, availability of them, and basing on various databases. I had a morning coffee with Director Drigas, and we talked about how this incompatibility of data flow between or among various entities in Poland makes digital transformation of agriculture difficult in Poland. Thank you for a broader context than I had planned. Let us move on to practical implementation, practical solution. And Marcin, addressing you first, if you allow, a very practical examples of application of technique and technology in your farm. What is your experience? We have already identified barriers. How did you manage to actually jump over these barriers, and what benefits you see from implementing innovative solutions? Well, again, let me start from the grain. As Vasil said, NGT focuses first of all on shortening the breeding process, and here we have to place a big stress on it, so that first of all consumers of the food are actually in peace, and shortening breeding process, because in NGT we focus much more preparing the seeding material to reduce mutations which might appear in the seed area. So this is the process. Well, it sounds maybe terrible, the genome thing, but it is important in preparing seeding material for production compared to traditional process. So focusing on our hobby horse in the farm, focusing on soil quality. We use plow less and then deep fertilizing to best accumulate water in the ground. We by all means try to avoid additional watering of our plantations, and again we focus on America here, California. California which very strongly exploited their water sources for irrigating vegetable and fruit farms, actually got short of water, and they are short of drinking water, and in ground there are hollows, and the capacity, load-bearing capacity of soil is ruined there. Everybody says, yes, you have three greatest water reservoirs underground in Lublin area, but it is also a strong point, but it is a responsibility for the water sources. We avoid overusing them. We use them so as to get stability of crops rather than utilizing those natural sources. This is the ecology we are implementing, and here I'm relating again to the fact that today we are searching in a wrong place, not here where we should. We drill in wrong ways because in farms, plow less and taking care of water, it aims at ecology to the benefit of environment, but first of all to the benefit of the farmer. Because in my farm, rape with root down to 2 meters and rye, which can have deep roots too, and they all have tomatoes down to 1 meter. And so the first layer, 0 to 30 centimeters, can go dry, but below the depth of 30 centimeters, humidity of soil is at constant level, and majority of plants take half and sometimes even more than half the water. In many cases, more than half the water they take from below 30 centimeters, unless, of course, it has the hard level underground, the plowing hard. Well, we are talking about the future, but we must highlight that in future, in the past, plow was not actually turning the ground. The old plow only moved the ground, but we can additionally stimulate the plant. So history turns back, and I must ask additional question, because what you are saying, so plow, so no dig or plowless farming is not only in farming but also in gardening. So additional question: what was the response of your friends, neighbors, and other farmers to implementation of no dig? Well, if I listened to their opinions, I would not be here. Well, it's not humble, but as I said, did they think you went crazy? No. It's generally those technologies were known, but everybody said that in such a small farm, a few hectares, it doesn't make sense. But I told myself, if I want to fight for the future of my farm and I want to stay in this, I must catch up with the leaders. And the best proof of our choice being right, we caught up with the leaders, and we are actually going forward stronger and stronger. The further we go, we have more possibility to develop. There are certain barriers which raise our worries, and there were worries in our parents and comments from people around us that it was not completely right. But I believe that what proves right in global powers, in large farms, which is successfully applied, is not blind choice. Somebody must have analyzed it well and selected properly. So therefore we followed the example of the leaders. And let me highlight that in other aspects we should be following the leaders. And talking of the genome techniques and GMO, I want to refer to it again because just very briefly, wrapping up what I mentioned, soil, what I focused on, Europe in total has equally as many degraded soils as all other continents together. So is our policy going in the right direction if we have the lowest consumption of active substance, and result is we are most degraded soils? Europe has the same amount of degraded soils as other continents together. So is it all going in the right direction?
O tym, w jaki sposób
You mentioned how you support
bardziej ekologiczny i też
more ecological and innovative way of management. I wanted to change the sequence a little bit, and Vasil, let me ask you, if you allow,
produkty
how
nasienne, którymi wypracujecie.
seed products you work on resonate with what Marcin was talking about, and is it really so that good seed production may be supporting regenerative farming and modern exploitation? Not only seed production, because in Corteva, from the very beginning, in 2019, it was established as an independent company. We decided to support farmers and the environment, so we act in 5 areas, which we highlighted as key ones in order to provide the future for farming, because we hear a lot about threats, and we as Corteva Polska have 5 pillars, and first of all, it is the varieties, providing modern varieties which will help fighting the more and more difficult weather conditions, but also allow resistance to diseases. This is very, very important, and it is number 1 for us. Number 2, our modern plant protection means we hear a lot of withdrawing substances, that we are losing many substances. Therefore, in Corteva, we are proud that every year we provide innovations for farmers in Poland, new products, but also new active substances. So we keep introducing innovations. The third pillar being biological products mentioned, which also help us strengthen resistance of plants and support this sustainable agriculture. So biology, we can see a future for sustainable farming will not change to totally chemical solutions, but it will be supporting, and we can see that in the area of 20-25% of production applied until 2030 will be biological products.
I tutaj podchodzi
And here
filaru, który jest
we come to the 4th pillar. It's a pleasure that we are touching
to jest gleba.
on it at this forum. It is soil, because
Ja życzę sobie
I wish myself and all the farmers for such a demand and such attraction, which we can see at agricultural fairs when everybody gather to hear about modern tractor. So to have the same level of interest in soil, because this is the main tool for a farmer's work.
większość załóg
Now,
swoją pracę
most of you find hard to imagine their work without a desk with computer, or at least a smartphone. And here for a farmer, well, working without good soil is not possible to imagine. So Corteva and in pillar 4, together with farmers through education to strengthen the visibility of soil, what is in soil and how can we help here. So we talk of it today. I know that in the afternoon there will be a soil-focused session, and this is more and more visible, and I think this is the direction we should be acting in together. And the 5th direction of Corteva is transfer of knowledge. We as global company, international act, we carry out a lot of various studies, and we keep investing about $4 million in developing and research. So we gather a vast knowledge we are ready to share. Therefore, we carry out lots of trainings, and for 4 years already we have been a patron of a modern knowledge transfer. So we are patron to a video channel, Pole, e-field, which together with Polish scientists, we make this knowledge transfer for the whole community here in Poland. So in Corteva we know that end result is what counts, and therefore there is not a single thing, be it a variety or technology, no. The final result based on all 5 pillars is important. So for many years I have been involved in digital competence and absorption. So what you are saying about transfer of knowledge, supporting the soft part, is extremely important for me. So I will now hand over the floor to Polmek. How is Polmek supporting? Marcin, you mentioned a little bit the trainings, conferences, but in practice of adoption of advanced technologies which you are applying, we discussed managing technologies supporting the pool or production of milk. Well, firstly, what a farmer can benefit from, but also what a person running milk production, what they can benefit from and what support they can count upon. Well, so first of all, most important thing we as a dairy plant can take care of are new products in zero waste technology. This is very significant. I wouldn't like anybody to think that we feed our calves with waste. No. At this moment, development of technology, this modern technology allows us to actually separate certain things which so far were treated to be used for biogas generation. Now we can separate such fractions, and the technological development is so great that we can, something what was insignificant in the past, we use it now as very fine solutions in production of milk. So an example of it being our liquid, which we call lactosole.
Podczas produkcji tego płynu właśnie powstają nam...
We produce lactose in Lidzbark Warmiński, so lactosols, that is energy and minerals from milk. And very broadly, we ask that and utilize it in new and innovative products. So at the first stage, we implemented it in mousse for calves and in dry feed for calves. Now we test it as drink around the birth age. So,
badawczo-rozwojowe, które mamy w naszych zakładach.
Plus R&D centers and milk replacement preparation, drying towers allow us to dry milk substance, providing the calves with all feeding nutrients. And so the raw material we get from our supplier, and then we give back to them a highly valuable product, which in first lactation can give us, as a plant, about 1,000 liters of milk more. We named it Circle of Milk, and we invite more and more people to this circle. More and more companies, more and more universities participate in the milk circle, and this is the future for our milk plant, because the programs, healthy calf or good genes, it is popularization of already existing solutions. But if we look, and we have also an application implemented for our suppliers, which we feed regarding number of liters of milk obtained, and we provide them with knowledge through various elaborations. But we also have a module for interaction, various questionnaires, and we also ask in which direction you would like to go training, what a solution you would like to get to know. Taking this opportunity, we are open for all kinds of cooperation for startups, because we must join forces as a whole sector in order to create one fine tool which is gathering data and utilizing most modern technologies so that our supplier at the end of the day can make the most right decisions. And finally, the fact that from milk we make a feed product, it
Projekt, który gdzieś tam w przyszłym roku pewnie ukończymy.
works somewhere, but next year from this milk we will be able to provide our suppliers with mineral fertilizer. So in the spirit of zero waste, most modern techniques gives us these opportunities.
Piękna nazwa, krąg mleka i bardzo Ci dziękuję.
Beautiful name, Milk Circle, and thank you very much for this theme of cooperation. And final question, Mirek, to you. You start and I will ask you to answer the last question. How, from your perspective of your organization with IIT Food, how is this cooperation going on, and what role in is of regional partnerships in strengthening this, and what we miss in this respect, and what we should do for all possible agricultural production points to be cooperating well. Well, thank you. From our perspective, partnership is of key importance in solving problems, and like we view partnerships, as I mentioned initially, we are cooperation of innovation of knowledge, and we aim at grouping something which we name a triangle of innovation. On the one hand, we want to talk to industrial partners. Maspex is one of them. On the other hand, we want to encourage and we cooperate with universities, with academic centers, and the third point in the triangle, we call it R&D, and we classify for it startups and research centers, because we can see a difference between them, and this is what we want to be doing, what is most important from partnership perspective, because like today in one room, representatives of various organizations will meet. Industry on one hand, having a problem, but also some solutions, and we will meet a startup or a farmer who has a certain problems and who can see that this solution can have a potential for implementation with them. This is the start for introducing transfer of innovations. We do it at European level, so our partnerships are all European partnerships. And to give you a broader picture, now we have about 200 partners within EIT Food from all over Europe. I represent the Warsaw office, and I'm in charge of Central Europe and Nordic countries. It is an interesting combination, because from the perspective of the European Commission, Central and Eastern Europe is slightly behind regarding introduction of innovations, and on the other hand we have Nordic countries who are considered to be leaders of innovations. But positive aspect of combining these two regions, European areas, is such that we are able to have in one room people and organizations who are excellent in implementing innovations and can help colleagues from Central and Eastern Europe to implement or to view the problem from a different perspective. So for us, partnerships are incredibly important for these innovations to be implemented. Let me give you one example. Back to startups again, we have a program named Test Farms, dedicated to farmers and startups for farmers within our activities. And this is because we have such strong partnership with various partners in this whole chain of value. We can talk to farmers to propose them rent a as a field where startups can show a solution in the field directly, showing farmers benefits. And here, this is an ideal solution because on the one hand, we are asking farmers, if we may, where they can, and on the other hand, we show solutions which have been worked out by somebody, not necessarily in one country, because as I said, these are international relations. And what I would like to mention is we can see it as a trend, a typical solution for farming. Very often startups and technologies we cooperate with actually come from farmers themselves who face one very specific problem and they are searching for solutions. What we can help, and we are very good at it, is finding a complementary expert opinion in the given area. So if somebody needs help and has a very specific problem to be solved, within our partnership we can find appropriate institutions which can help. So I think that from a partnership perspective, partnership is of key importance for development of innovations and for flow of knowledge. We have less than 4 minutes, but we started with a slight delay, so I'll take the opportunity moving on to the last piece of our panel, so summary. And well, we started the introduction from that end, but now from here, but very brief, because clock is ticking. So very briefly, a wrap-up. First of all, what should we do for breakthrough technologies to operate better in agriculture so that innovation is better? And where are the women? How the breakthrough technologies can support active participation and involvement of women in broadly understood agricultural production. So within a wrap-up and from the farm, not to go into other competences. First of all, to be talking of innovations and new technologies, we have to take care of the basis, which is taking care of soil, and first of all, a closed-circuit economy, not a soil robbing economy. We have to fertilize the soil, provide nutritive elements and pH, and we can actually focus on biology, because biology without proper pH will not be efficient. So let's take care of the basis and what good practices say. Soil, healthy soil. I would say a few sentences that first of all, this is availability of these technologies. Modern technologies should be available and price-wise acceptable for all farmers. Regulations should be supporting innovations
w rolnictwie i trzecie to edukacja.
In farming, and the third thing is education. As we said here, through education
Ten barier, który mają
to help
czegoś nowego, żeby pomóc im
people get to something new.
Także regulacje, innowacje.
So regulations, innovation and education.
Trzy filary ode mnie.
These are three pillars from me.
2 zdania podsumowania.
Mirek,
Ja notuję.
brief
Dobrze.
wrap up.
Podsumowując, bardzo dużo tutaj wybrzmiało.
Wrapping up, we heard a lot of problems and barriers here. I will very briefly tell you these are problems individual institutions and farms or companies are not able to cope with. Therefore, I invite you to partnership within EIT Food or other partnership which will help you solve the problems. The larger the group focusing on problems, the sooner they will be solved. Yes, partnership and cooperation, yes. Marcin, I think first of all knowledge, data, and this is most important. The type of work should be such that all activities, all decisions should be made based on rational grounds, knowledge and hard facts. Then I think there will be more women when they get perfect tools solely for management, and the farm will not be
widzimy tego
Well, actually, visually we see this hard-working male, but that will be the person gathering all the data and making decisions, and somebody other is doing the hard
Myślę, że nie jest tak
work.
źle z kobietami, bo
I
często
think it is not so bad with women. I looked at the audience, and there is a right number. On my team,
zespołu to są już
in most our teams,
zadbana ilość kobiet, także myślę, że to
there is a balanced number of women, so it's not so
Jeszcze
bad.
ja szybko
So
tylko
gender
dodam.
balance. Let me quickly add, out of 25 people in Warsaw, there are only 3 males. Okay.
Prosimy następnym razem o...
So next time, please.
Bardzo wam dziękuję
But thank you very much for the discussion. I think this
super klamra.
wrap up is greatly closing what we discussed here today. I wrote down that the key areas to support
Mogły zafunkcjonować
innovations working well in industry, in agriculture is access to innovation, regulations, cooperation, flow of data and knowledge, and data-driven decisions, database decision. But the foundation is healthy soil, sustainable agriculture, and
Zapraszamy do rozmów w kuluarach.
please, thank you for listening to our debate. We are available in the foyer. I wish you an excellent day today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Ludzie się z tym mają na formach normalnych. Nie zajmują tego przez cały miesiąc. Okej, to dziękuję za jasny sygnał. Dzień dobry Państwu w takim razie. Z małym opóźnieniem wywołanym ożywioną dyskusją na panelu, której tutaj część Państwa też słuchała. Zaczynamy panel dotyczący startupów rolniczych. Ja się nazywam Bartosz Paszcza, na co dzień pracuję w polskiej firmie produkującej satelity, co wydaje się być może odległą działką, natomiast tylko pozornie, bo oczywiście dzisiejsze rolnictwo z danymi
Today's agriculture based on satellite data is one of the main clients apart from the military sector and the state. So I have the great honor having very interesting guests here on the stage who will tell us about their own experience about utilizing technology, creation of startups and supporting the whole ecosystem, enabling startups to appear. And I would very much like conversation, dialogue with the audience. I will do my best not to wait till the end. After the first, second question, we will make a space. So please, by all means, think about what do you want to ask our speakers about. And Kasper Dach, co-creator of AgroContracts ecosystem from sensors through to IT tools, helps in agro market. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to talk to you, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Tomasz Blech, congratulations, Professor of Agricultural University in Krakow, member of Green Solutions and Modern Solutions for Agriculture. Yes, good afternoon. And Mr. Łukasz Kopiński, President of the Board of RIBES Technologies on autonomous growing of berries and decision-making in spraying, and owner of over 400 hectares of berries. Ms. Oliwia Myczkowska, founder of Be Healthy Honey, which elaborated an emitter fighting viruses.
Dzień dobry, dziękuję za
Good afternoon, thank you for the invitation. And Mr. Paweł Harycki, last but not least,
Ecosystem Manager VIT
Ecosystem Manager VIT Food,
partnerów w pracy w ramach
involves partners in work within organization and supporting startups in organization of food production with the stress of sustainable business models. Good afternoon and thank you for invitation.
I dziękuję Państwu za udział. Tutaj jeszcze...
I would also like to thank you for participation. Well, a noise from the outside will last for a moment, but let me start from substantial retail startups. A trendy word, lots of trendy slogans. But you have unique experience that either you yourselves run a startup, or you are utilizing startup technologies, or you are supporting those. So please give me an interesting example on how these startups are changing today. What is their influence on agricultural activities, and what a change results from them when we grow plants or breed animals. So who first? Maybe let me start. In the context of our startup, the first thing was application for settlement of accounts with employees, and the thing which was very pleasant in the feedback we got from our clients was that one of the ladies who were using our applications had 30-40 seasonal workers on strawberries, and year-on-year settlement of accounts was not matching, because, you know, an employee comes and employees specify a number of baskets collected. They say they collected a different, producer says it was different, and this year For the first time, they had a situation where everything matched. So such simple things, but it's nice to hear that. And well, how did you make it match? Well, we simply helped them in settlement of accounts. Employees had our badge. The employer had application helping in calculations, and employees knew that there was some external body holding those records. It was not in a notebook at the producers at home where employees had no insight. It was outside the producer, so they knew the producer would not change anything, and on the other hand, the producer knew that these settlements were accurate. Great, thank you. So maybe sorry for my voice, but from morning I have been presenting the solution at our exhibition stand, which has such an impact on agriculture that we reduce application of pesticides by 50%. It is our main impact, but besides that we have a device doing these things. It is an electric device, and well, pain in living in the country in spring, there is noise of sprayers because sprayers make a lot of noise. Our vehicle is electric driven, and all this is much quieter, and we have a visual detector. It is our important tool helping us to obtain 50% of reduction. Well, you know, driving through fruit bushes, we gather image from cameras and we send a signal to the sprayer. If the camera can see pests and effectiveness is at the level of 73% now. So this impact is in place, and gradually we have better and better perception in rural areas among orchard owners who understand the problem of using too great amount of pesticides, and now regulations are such that no remnants should remain. So our technology, we want it to be helping in it.
Dziękuję. To może
Great, thank you. So
po kolei skończymy trzeci przykład.
maybe in turn we end the third example of startups and we switch over to ecosystem. So Olivia, if you could tell us about your product. Of course, I will tell you in a moment, but before that, let me ask your attention that my wonderful co-founder is here, my grandpa, Professor Surowiec,
który zresztą tą technologię ma na krześle obok.
has this technology in the chair next to him. So let us present it then. Thank you very
To
much.
małe urządzenie
This little device is our varia stopper tool, which thanks to ultrasound is fighting varroa destructor parasite attacking bee families. The problem of pesticides is also reflected in bee industry because they are a serious problem for bees. So I'm confirming that the idea of the other startup is very important here, but what we are doing is we form an ecological alternative for various types of chemicals. And the question was about what we are doing, how we are developing the technology, how we are developing agriculture, in our case, bee industry. But the general goal of the panel is encouraging for entrepreneurship. So I will take the opportunity to say that me and my grandpa are a bit atypical examples regarding starting activities in business. We started as really an intergenerational duo. I was 15 years of age, my grandpa over 70, so it is doable, and I believe that this panel, I hope that this panel will show that you can do it independent of age. Thank you. I wanted to refer to it later, but I wanted to say that average age was absolutely at the age of a typical founder of a startup. Tomek, you started.
Nic nie szkodzi. Kobiety mają pierwszeństwo.
Well, women first, and we had an opportunity meeting at an event at President's Palace in May last year within the initiative by President startups at the palace, where various technologies and startups were presented related with this sector.
Jeżeli chodzi o to, czym ja się zajmuję,
Whereas what I am involved in is, apart from developing this ecosystem, startup ecosystem, which is present at universities, develops ideas in the form of economic activities. That means establishing a spin-off or spin-out company. So we are developing the first company which resulted from work within incubator of innovativeness 2.0 at our university's Hugo Green Solutions company, developing two technologies. One is applying light to seeds before sowing, so physical protection of plants with or treating seeds, and autonomous robot to do field work, but also for collecting data and collecting fertilizer need and the need for various
też jakby ta technologia służy do tego, żeby ograniczać chemizację rolnictwa.
Also to reduce chemization of agriculture. In this case, the plant protection chemicals application, and this was our first company which was established at the university in this formula. And in the meantime, I will tell you later about it, what is the fate of this type of activities originated at the university, and then trying to develop our concept. Well, let me highlight that the company exists till now. So a positive story. Great.
Jako ktoś, kto patrzy na...
Somebody who looks at the whole ecosystem, you have examples of implementations, but I am curious on what ideas you come across, which you later support. Yes, I have a few examples I wanted to mention right away, but to start from the beginning, 80 Food, at least this is in our corporate presentation. The first slide is we are the largest community of innovators in the world, and probably in food. And probably this is the case because in our network there are 200 partners, and over the recent 3 years, about 1,500 startups actually went through our system. So we are active and we want it to be developing because we very strongly believe that the global problems which are present in food market or agriculture, it is not possible for one entity to solve it. It is always a form of cooperation and partnership, and e-food and partnership groups, close to 200 partners who are trying to solve global problems. We are active based on triangle of knowledge, where there is university education and research institutions and startups.
Staramy się łączyć i sieciować tych ludzi,
And we tend
żeby
to
te ich
be
rozwiązania
connecting and networking those people so that their solutions have true influence on agriculture, on production of food,
niwelowanie ilości chorób, gdzie to
and reducing number of
do tego, jak
diseases.
działamy.
So very holistic approach to how we act. We have the whole series of startup programs
na różnym poziomie rozwoju.
at various levels of development, even such which have been made for people who want to make a startup and they don't have an idea, so they get support from us at various levels of development. Things we would like to post about is our
z kilku naszych programów, z Seedbeda, z Jumpstartera, prawda? I tak. I Test Farms, więc to jest na pewno to i liczymy, że będzie firma Łukasza z nami rosła w czasie. Mamy bardzo kilka
we have a few examples of companies which were startups and now they are our official partners and are more and more active in community.
na Piferentech. Brali udział w programach startupowych.
Company
oficjalnym partnerem.
Participated in
przykład, i to jest
startups, and this is a company from Poland,
firma Hooked Foods
or
też
Hooked
brali
Foods. They also participated in our programs, for example,
i
Food
od tego czasu zebrali
Internet,
6 milionów euro
since then they
na swoje projekty.
collected 6 million euros financing for their project, and they are
Może nie jest naturalny proces, ale
our partner. It's not maybe a natural process, but we hope for
partnerów
this
pochodzących z startupów będzie
increase
coraz
of
większy.
partners originating from startups will be greater and greater.
Zadam jeszcze jedno pytanie.
Perfect. And let
Bardzo
me ask
chętnie
one more
usłyszę
question, and then
publiczności.
I will very gladly hear the opinion from the audience. And please get
Ale
ready.
chciałbym zapytać jeszcze o początki startupów.
I would like to ask about the beginnings of startups, and here, Paweł, I will want
Wspieracie właśnie te początkowe wyzwania.
connect with programs you support, those initial challenges, or what other support programs are needed. The beginnings, because startup, establishing a company is a bold decision, so I congratulate on this. To all of you. Some people insist, first of all, you need an idea. Others, you need people you establish the thing with to be able to act. Others say that finance, money is needed first of all, and this is the first obstacle. So what was, in your case, a pin which made you think it was worthwhile to establish the company? And now, looking at the place you are in, and looking at companies which are active and which are developing, what, in your opinion, was of key importance? One key thing which resulted in the first steps possible to go from lack of company to existing company. So again, we start from this, and so our story is,
Ogólnie spoza rolnictwa, nie jestem...
I am generally from outside agriculture, with no educational nor family links with agriculture, but I am linked with startup community. So Aula Polska, I met my first future co-founder. We went for a cup of coffee, and actually
z których musiał zrezygnować.
he originated from industry, then studied IT, and then decided to go back to the farm and take up production. When I met Rafał, I was looking for some project. Rafał was thinking about starting e-basket program, e-łubianka, and I had the whole traceability system presented through the first year. It was a project where we were only analyzing the opportunities. We were showing our idea to producers. So we went to a group of our recipients and we asked them, what do you think of it and what do you want? In the second season, people appeared to like it. Application was made. We had producers, and this season we will be normally selling it, and practically starting next week I'm going to travel Poland, going from village to village and sell the straps and our application. And it was the beginning, following our development, when we talked to the producers more and more, it appeared that the problems which were to be solved were so vast that we decided we wanted to develop the program, actually from field to table. So on the one hand, partner you establish the company with, and on the other hand, talking to partners, to farmers who will be using your idea. I talked to a person who is advisor to startups of various kinds. That person who heard about our experience, because apart from us there is one technical co-founder, said, "Oh, fine. I didn't expect. It happens seldom that a team creating a startup knows the sector so well." And we thought, hey, how come? It should be the case that we have the sectoral insider, because honestly, without Rafał, I personally
bym nie zrobił.
would not make such a good project at the conceptual stage, and these are costs, modifying the finished product. So in my opinion, these are the two things: at least one person in the team knowing the sector, and secondly, talking to the client. Well, I would say, Bartek, you are right. Idea, then people, then money. Idea is not worth a lot, maybe 1 zloty. People are important, and it's people who create a startup. People are to actually add up to one another regarding their skill sets, and people
przypłyną lub nie przypłyną pieniądze.
make the money come or not come to the team. Because if it is a good team
Prezentuje wartość.
presenting a value by itself, not only with the idea but by themselves, then investor is able to believe that they will actually realize the project, that it will not collapse on the way, and that this investment will bring profit to the investor. But Łukasz, you have direct experience in growing, yes, in plants. You needed the solution. You created a product for your own needs. Yes, this is my pain in the neck. I hated sprinting and actually work nights and do this, but this is also a trap, because I have my vision, my template, which I have to be confronting with others on the go, others who have some different needs. And this is good when we have a starting point of this knowledge and background like with me, but then I suggest to confront it not only basing on the experience of your own or your family, but go further on. Who next?
Dobra. To może powiem tak.
So let me put it like this. I think that first of all, it's really, as Łukasz mentioned, these are people really, and actually this initiative which we started, Hugo Green Solution, results from my experience, but also from the experience of the team. We work at Agricultural University in Krakow. In 2015, I had a time in my life when, within the project implemented by the ministry, I had an opportunity to participate in a 2-month internship at School of Business. And there, really, we were working on teams of people from various universities with various competences, but all the time in teams. We learned the teamwork,
Nauczono nas tam też
and we were also taught there
innej twarzy.
Taught that different phase of science, that science is not only basic studies, but also commercialization, and Silicon Valley, Mecca of technical solutions, everybody knows. And after returning from there, inspired with these solutions, it appeared there on the spot that quite a lot of those solutions, autonomous or automatics, were related to food and agricultural area, because we should know that the founder of Stanford University was a farmer. He was growing peaches, and as a result of unfortunate story in his life, they had a single son who died. He decided to fund a university to train further generations that would be developing the US. And from this story resulted something like this. But it is related to agriculture, as you see. And you can see that those technologies are created in the US and all over the world, related to agriculture and digital technologies. In Poland, at that time, they were not so common, and getting to know individual people and the team, that from the moment establishing the startup, it practically remained at about 30% in the same composition. In the meantime, it was getting modified by itself, and all the time, as a result of meetings with official clients, with the markets, it is modified all the time to be better fit for that specific market recipient. So
To nie jest łatwa ścieżka.
it is not an easy path, and definitely if somebody would choose one like this, but if you ask me if I would give it up today, no, because it gives you a lot of experience, and in the meantime,
Ciekawych ludzi można
you may get to know a lot of interesting people from the sector. So great.
Ale na szczęście
I was afraid you would say you would give up. No, positive. So now my turn, and I'm very glad that we heard very clearly that of key importance is knowing the sector, and it's best to start from the need. With us, it was the case.
spotkaliśmy się z
In Katowice, we met the problem of varia destructor parasite, and as we were not satisfied by the solutions currently present in the market, so from this need we started, and we were trying. We were making prototypes, and right away we moved over to practical experience. It needed a lot of time to create this final version, final product.
podkreślę to, że
But let me highlight the fact that it's good to start right away and create everything in practice. But regarding what is most important at the starting point, I would put it a bit differently, because I would say that attitude is most important. And here I mean to be ready for various challenges, to have inner stubbornness, because creating a startup is not an easy thing. And, I started creating a startup when I was 15, but everybody is actually doing it blindly and learning by doing. I earlier didn't have any bigger business experience, but it was successful, and we have been operating for the second year already. As a company, we are practically registered. It will be 1.5 years. So I believe that personal features, readiness to cope with the challenges and to cope with a great number of negative opinions, and coping with the very fact that you have to adapt your idea, you have to be flexible, is most important, because with such openness you can always find people, appropriate people, you can find funds. But I think the personal features are most important now. Okay, great.
zaraz dam ci głos, ale
Paweł, the floor will be yours in a moment, but an additional question, because I understand you will be saying how you wanted to.
ja tylko wystawiam piłkę.
I'm just giving you a chance, because if I were in the audience or considering establishing a startup in agriculture, I would think how to find those people, how to lead the first steps. Well, actually, your company is very active in supporting ecosystem. So from people to solutions, you have. So it will be a wrap-up from me, but we have a lot of programs. Of course, calls open up in various times. In February, we ended a call for 3 main programs: Silver Incubator and Rising Food Start. So generally, all programs we have were based on a form of subject form, and getting to partners who might be interested in solutions worked out by the startups. And this benefit of being in Poland or in our region is the fact that we have programs dedicated to our region for companies which are here now or in Central European countries. We have a lot of programs in creating teams like Challenge Labs, or Team Up, and programs supporting women in agriculture, like EVA, agriculture, and testing farms. Very soon we will open calls for sales booster. So during the year, it is a cycle when further opportunities open up. So I suggest you watch our web pages and social media, because everything is there. And for sure, when I looked at LinkedIn, often people from this that they have
Nawiązania do programów
AIT, some reference to AIT programs they participated in. Apart from startup programs, we have educational programs where we tend to improve competences or modify competences, internship programs for master degree graduates, and it's hard to wrap it up in a few sentences. So I refer to the web page and social media, all what you have in various programs, but we also have programs joining various communities of technology and innovation. And recently I was at a workshop regarding AIT Jumpstarter, one of these initiatives, and there, quite bluntly,
osoby, które brały udział w tym programie.
people who participated in the program said what the greatest benefits were. The first one was that all the time you are in touch with people who are in a similar situation to yours. So if a crisis comes down on you, you don't know what to do, you can always talk to people who have the same problem. They got stuck with their work, they lost motivation, so it's a very big support, mental support. Psychological, you get it immediately, you are in the same situation. So apart from financial incentives and building a team, very often these are young people who have less life experience, and for sure this is significant. And the second thing is this European perspective that you participate in IAT programs. You not only look at the region, country, but you right away have the European perspective, which is translated onto further plans. And the third thing, that IAT graduates have it a bit easier, because thanks to our office spread all over Europe, partnership managers, they can get to partners much easier, partners who may be looking for this type of solutions in their businesses or offer ready-made solutions.
Ja na swoje pytanie dostałem odpowiedź.
Great. I got an answer to my question, so I encourage dear audience to ask questions. I have further ones, but maybe you think of something. You are considering a startup, you want to ask some more.
Jest, proszę, ręka w górę. Ja już podejdę z mikrofonem.
Dzień dobry, Monika Kowalik.
Good afternoon, Monika Kowalik. I also wanted to congratulate you on the success of the stage you are on, because there are lots of challenges ahead of you. But if you were so kind, you partly presented some questions which appeared. Maybe you would be able to reduce the number of failures in startups, which somebody might be planning, so-called fuck-up story. So you are doing fine, let it stay as it is, but maybe you can actually make us more familiar with problems which are encountered on the way, and you reduce the things which actually are a nightmare for those who are planning a startup. Very good question, thank you. Maybe one more question before we move on to an answer, if somebody would like to ask. Thank you, Mirek Raban. My question is about validation of the technology. How very important an element it was, and how long did it take? How much it helped in your implementation of the project?
Super, dziękuję bardzo. Czyli dwa pytania. Po pierwsze, tak zwany fuck-up story, czyli co poszło nie
True. Two questions. The first one, fuck-up story. What went wrong, and how did you cope with it or not? And secondly, how long validation of technology took, and what it looked like in your case. So out of cases, difficult cases with us, it was a situation that actually agreement we made not quite fully covered the whole scope. Therefore, the company actually had a big slip in time with implementation, and they had a possibility to withdraw with subcontractor, yes, but you managed to to do it by building relations. And here I also suggest to build relations with every entity. It is very important because then you communicate with each other at a different level, and in such case it's difficult for such entity to give up something or not to complete stuff in time. Here it was not fulfilling the obligations, but we succeeded through warm, friendly, emotional contact. We managed to actually speed up completion of what they took up. But there was a moment when it was very poor. It did not actually look very good. It might kill the whole project. It was that important. And regarding second question, so this validation in our case was very important. It was based on laboratory work, on basic tests, whether using light sources we can detect pests, and on top of that we had to actually fit in time to catch winter, then collect the pests, bring them to the laboratory. Krakow University of Technology was helping us, and then they were a member of the consortium. But thanks to us having those tests very reliable, confirming that we have this idea, we got that grant, 1 million euros, and thanks to this we were able to implement the task. And without the stamp from Krakow University of Technology, it would be very difficult. So it is definitely worth making those tests together with scientists from good scientific centers, and I understand soonest possible. Yes, of course. So answering the first question regarding fuck-up stories. Life of a startup is a life of constant successes and failures. Well, successes you have to celebrate, but failures need to have lessons to be learned from them and to develop the technology in the startup. Sometimes it happens that from your own funds you have to actually find money to capitalize the company, to pay all the obligations, the accountant and so on. But it doesn't happen too often, but such situations do happen. And regarding a failure, actually even this morning it appeared, because we had to withdraw from a consortium project because there was too little time available for preparing the application, and as a result of this we didn't want to take up the risk of filing application when the company was pressing on us to file it, but we believed to file it in order to file. It's no success. We wanted to do it successfully. Unfortunately, our decision was that we were withdrawing. We want to work on it more, touch it up, and file it in a later call. Sometimes it does look like this. And regarding validation of the idea, actually preliminary validation lasted for about 1.5 years. Implementation of the first project, the result of which was appointing the company, whereas other technologies which we develop are actually subject to continuous validation because they are based on large databases. So the more data, then the validation is more accurate and the model is more accurate. Fuck-ups do happen in startups practically every day. In one discussion, a co-founder said, fine, triangle, you can do something cheaply, quickly, or well. Choose two. If you want quickly and well, it will not be cheap, and so on. So startup must do it both cheaply and quickly and well, so fuck-ups appear. Well, we must realize what fuck-ups we must not allow to happen. So always making the minimum value for client product. It may be very simple, maybe not completely worked out, but in our case, it must be our MVP, our first version of the Bianca application. Always had to have the possibility for the client to see how much product was collected. So imagine somebody is doing settlement for a farm of 40, 50, 100 seasonal workers, and in the middle of the season all the data is removed. For us it would be such a PR crisis that the project could be very well closed. So about fuck-ups, it's worth answering the question what fuck-ups we must not let us have. But how long did we analyze our project? Bianca was done for about 2 years, from the idea till the moment we are in now. We keep validating it because we are adding further elements like hourly settlement of accounts, but our ecosystem, we are roughly since vacation time last year in the process of validation, and we will keep on doing it for years because we enter hard physics to make it all work.
Ja myślę, że to jest pewnie bardzo
I
oczywiste.
think this is very obvious for everybody that this failure is to some extent fitted into dynamic business like startups. So on the one hand, a failure is a failure, but there's also a chance to change the ideas. So an opportunity which can be made use of. We don't hear a lot of stories about media failures of startups, especially those from behind the ocean, or those who based on rule fake it till you make it. But I don't know how do you evaluate this, but the startup market is not very big. So it also results from the characteristics of validation, because although the process of creating a startup is long, you have to relate it to the cycle of nature, because if there are startups focused on production or analysis of this or other product, then, you know, whether it is spring or autumn, when the product is in greatest bloom and ready for testing, you have to wait for further cycles when the data can be collected. So it's yet another challenge which not everybody understands it, investors in that number. So let me tell you that for sure, one of the questions which was mentioned in that question, how to reduce number of those failures. I believe it is very difficult. You can listen to stories of other founders, and I actually confirm that all agreements in all projects where we have subcontractors is actually part which you have to pay a lot of attention at, but also failures or difficult situations are very often not dependent on us. And honestly, let me mention a difficult situation we faced, because as a startup we obtained quite a lot of media attention. Here we talk of Forbes list and everybody who got interested in us in Poland, but then the third person spread untrue information about us. And please imagine that my face with untrue information on various platforms has thousands, almost 1 million visits, which means that on everyday basis we face a lot of hate, and practically I cannot appear on the internet to avoid a few comments which hit me. I even got several threats. So it is a thing many startups can cope with it, because we creating a solution, I'm not talking of my personal situation, but generally creating a solution which is innovative, very often we enter sectors which have other traditions, they are used to certain solutions, so we must actually cope with criticism because we are new. And secondly, we have competitors and many unfavorable groups, so I think generally such situations related to hate and spreading untrue information may affect a larger group. We are not giving in. We know that we will manage to cope with it, and although we are in the course of the situation, I am calm and I am certain of the fact that we will go out of this with a smile, and we will show all the more, we will show more proof that our technology is safe. We will show more studies. So honestly, I'm enthusiastic about this, and I'm glad that we will be able to show more proof on how our technology is working. And I think this is how we have to approach all these difficulties, what my predecessor mentioned, to see the good sides and try to see what we may take out from this difficulty, what we can learn, and these situations can really strengthen us.
Po pierwsze współczuję Tobie, Oliwia, hejtu pozostałych.
Well, firstly, sorry, Olivia, for all the hate, but and all the fuck-ups. But I have not heard of anybody succeeding without these. And about positive approach, my last question, and then the floor will be handed over to the audience. So, on the positive note, when you look back at your companies you are supporting and programs you are running, because it is not maybe a program of startup, but of bold, active involvement.
Kiedy są takie dni?
When are those days when you get up or go to bed and you decide it was worthwhile? So there are hard days, we talked about them, but what are the days of greatest satisfaction? What was the day when you decided, yes, this is why I'm doing all that?
To może ja spróbuję zacząć.
So perhaps let me try to start.
To było rok temu.
This was a year ago, somewhere around February, when, because I also work at the university, at the Center of Transfer of Technologies, and during a meeting, a colleague is running in and she says, Thomas, listen, president of Polish Patent Office is calling and wants to talk to you immediately. So I never had a pleasure. I received the call, and he introduces himself, and he says he organizes an event at the Presidential Palace, and we were noticed as a university active in the sector and developing the ecosystem regarding startups related to agriculture and food, and they would gladly see us as a university at that event, and all the startups and spin-ups or spin-outs created at the university. It was a day when I started thinking, what else can be done? Where else can we actually display ourselves so that the activity is appreciated, which we had been developing for 8 years at the university. The beginnings were not easy. Since 2016, I moved to this unit. After PhD, we started working with people. Beginnings were very difficult. People did not understand this direction of development, and often they did not trust this new formula of cooperation, that it would be a partnership cooperation, that we could help them in something rather than being parasite-ish or an administrative worker, that we can be more proactive in this process through creating a little bit of a positive snowball effect. That means showing success of the team. Teams we helped already so that they get to a larger group of recipients, what they are developing, what product they want to implement, and the snowball effect is that now we have 6 spin-off of companies established, and further teams are approaching us saying that they want to run this type of activities, but it required 8-9 years of work and a slightly different approach, not like the standard at the university, and the result which told us as a team, well, you cannot do anything alone on your own. It must be a team who will believe in the direction of development. A year ago, it was the moment when we said we did the work which had to be done, we are satisfied by it, and we can continue in the same direction. Great. Olivia, well, we have a similar experience because for us, startups in the Palace were also an exceptional experience, and all competitions and awards are highly motivating and are a moment which make you as a startup, as a team, feeling appreciated. And what is most satisfactory for me is when I see that our clients are satisfied.
Dostaję zdjęcie z pasieki od naszego klienta, czy kiedy widzę, że mamy następne.
I think I get a photo from the bee company from our client, or that beekeepers in Poland are interested in our product, and I think this is also related to the fact that I do strongly believe in our mission, and I believe that we can help in ecological beekeeping, ethical one, focused on the benefit of bees, and I am motivated by the happiness of my co-founder, who is the main creator of the device, because I'm commercializing the main vision of my grandfather. So this idea itself brings a lot of satisfaction to me, and I think this is most important. I believe it is very important to pay attention to the fact that startup competitions, awards, invitations are important, but most important is satisfied customer is the clue of what we do. I wanted to start this input differently because I wanted to start by saying, okay, there are these fine things, but you have to keep in mind that it happens to be difficult on the average once in 2 months as a form of fighting everyday stress. I keep watching job offers to try and see that if this collapsed, I can find another job, because it may appear that during the nearest half year the project will collapse and I will stay with debts, which I will be paying off in the years. But anyway, I believe it is the best adventure in my life. If somebody told me going back in 2023, Kasper, you are doing it with knowledge how it will end, positively or negatively, I would say yes. In my moment, when I had a wow effect that we were doing a great job, when I did simple calculations, we counted on the average how many packages of various products our clients collected. I calculated how many of those customers, so the result was about 970,000 baskets of strawberries or things. When I imagined 960,000 boxes of strawberries, I thought, fine, this year we plan still more, and as we can see how it all is growing, it really makes you that in spite of a lot of stress and uncertainty of tomorrow, it does the job. So this is a good point for establishing startups in agriculture, because another medium may have a lot of elements you may not see, but here you can touch the baskets of strawberries when you go to the clients. Yes, I also, if I were to do the startup once again, I would. It is an incredible process of learning. It is, of course, learning by chaos, because everything is happening there at once. I spent 10 years teaching at the university process management. I got into practice and notes did not work. Well, in a startup, I do refer you to this. This is you feel getting wiser each and every day. And regarding a question of feeling satisfaction, so our grant giver was the Agency of Restructuring and Modernization of Agriculture, and a problem which is there, a durable problem, that within 3 months we have a promise of a return of costs borne well after the verification of spending. Well, it lasts longer, and our cash flow ended in the morning, and was literally for 2 weeks, and finally with special activities we got the money appearing in the account. So, and as cash flow, having cash flow, I sleep better. Well, I think we are in a very good moment for agricultural startups. When pandemic began, most important people were couriers, shop assistants, simple jobs which had been ignored on an everyday basis. And now, taking into account those challenges which are ahead of us, be it climate or increasing population, so development of agricultural startups and improving intensity of work of agricultural machines, it is of key importance, because even if you look at data of students who graduate from agricultural divisions, our colleague who analyzed such data, to avoid this being data of Institute of Statistical.
Zootechnika 650 studentów. Ogród 130 weterynaria 8.
Veterinary 800 students. So actually those professionals will be in short supply. So these solutions are very deep tech. That means they are a necessity now for less people doing more work, to be doing it faster, more accurately, to avoid wasting time for unnecessary things, and also more and more science will be in these startups. So both for you and for the university or for startups, it is a great opportunity that in the nearest future it will turn into still more opportunities. I will actually take this opportunity. Why it is worthwhile establishing agricultural startups? Well, starting next year, every producer will have to have a digital logbook of production. Well, regardless whether it is good that these regulations are going into force, and now a moment comes for technologies to cope with these situations. It will be an interesting profession to combine this technology with traditional sectors. So right away ideas are put forth for you and for us, and for those who don't have startups. We have time for quick questions from the audience. If somebody has questions, raise your
Tutaj pan
hand.
podnosił? Nie.
Did you raise your hand? No.
Okay. Jeśli nie mamy.
Okay, if we don't have questions, then we'll be able to end on time, taking the delay into account. So, firstly, I would like to congratulate you on developing the sector, and through own example, through own company and organization, and thank you for honesty in sharing your experience. And a question here about problems, errors, it was very much to the point, and I'm glad that we could share this experience. So, great thanks to my panelists. Big hand for them.
Dziękuję oczywiście również.
And of course, thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me invite you to the last round of discussion. I hope it will start soon. Great. So please kindly be invited to the panel Healthy Soil Being Key to Healthy Food. Well, nevertheless, in practice it varies, but we meet an excellent group of people. I will close the door to avoid anybody disturbing us.
Witam Państwa bardzo
A
serdecznie.
very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure. Well, if you allow me, first I'll introduce myself and our panelists. I would like to thank you greatly for staying till 5:15. You will not regret. And I would like to thank all panelists that you agreed to come here and meet us. It will be practical, to the point, and I think it can be highly emotional, because we will not be talking about futuristic things, but about what we can do here and now and how to earn on it for our soil to be healthy and so that we produce healthy food. So let me introduce all panelists. Madam Professor Anna Gałązka, Institute of Fertilizing and Soil Science in Puławy. Thank you for introduction, and also a very warm welcome to you. And now Ms. Agnieszka Romanowicz. She came here from Brussels. She works in the European Commission, deputy head for implementing live projects. Agnieszka, did I miss something? So generally, you also will suggest how to get money from Brussels. Yes, I will do my best, at least within the range of what I know. Well, you can
Chętnie wykorzystamy. Dziękuję bardzo.
share information. We will gladly use it. And Professor Bartłomiej Glina, I would say the chair of soil science, and now it's chair of microbiology, and so no, soil knowledge and microbiology. Poznań Natural University, my university as well, and Mr. Artur Wichling, the operational director, Biogen. Can you add something? I'm very glad that we are in such a big bunch, apart from the late hour and the whole delay. Well, so a farmer from Żuławy, and now president of European Carbon Farmer, member supervisory board to European Soil Mission, advisory, not supervisory. But first of all, a farmer, by all means, a farmer who was first called for sharing experience in various processes, and then when I started understanding how the processes work, so then I started looking for opportunities to share the experience and giving other farmers a chance to share this because it is needed. It may sound like grandmother. I remember you this size when, together with your dad, we were going to study trips. You were visiting farms in Europe, and I saw you were ready to do something more than being just farmer, just simply work on land. Yes, and those trips were also informative, and generally trips and meeting people, a key initial role in changing something on my premises. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'll introduce myself, Maja Warowska, as far as I reach with my memory, and I have spent some years in Top Agrar. Well, it's my 19th year in Top Agrar, so I'm very glad if you know Top Agrar, and I hope today I will convince you to get to know it much better. We are starting debate, so we are moving on to the point. Healthy soil, healthy food. But recently we hear about microbiological. We talk of microbiological products. We can be actually sharing lots of things. I'm looking at Madam Professor, but one thing is basic. I think no aware farmer needs to be convinced that healthy soil is a foundation, it's a workshop, but now various prospects appear, and let's start from the fact, how big is the interest in farmers in eco scheme, microbiological protection of soil, and now actually growing plants. So thank you for the question, and I'm glad that we started from microbiology because it is extremely close to my heart. And I must highlight at the beginning that awareness of agriculture in microbiology of soil and microbiological life in soil is great, and it keeps developing. And the fact that now so very actively we pay attention at microorganisms in soil, their role and sense of their biodiversity and presence is extremely important. And as you were kind to mention here about the new eco diagram, eco diagram after lifting, yes, a post-lifting eco diagram joined also by microbiological preparations and specifically fertilization microbiological products. It is a new option of eco scheme related to biological plant growing, and this is also a very important point, proving of the need to apply microbiological preparations and following this subsidizing it. And this year, practically since the 15th of March, you can, that means all farmers can apply for such funds. After application, well, can you mention the amounts? The amount is just below 500 zlotys, but it is a small amount, but it is also very well reasoned regarding application of this type of product, because applying microbiological products and specifically fertilizing microbiological products, a farmer who buys such a product, and what is very important, it must be a product included in the list of fertilizing microbiological products. How many projects are on this list now? Such a list is kept by Institute of Fertilization and Soil Science, which I have a pleasure working in. And today, at the list, which is currently publicized on the webpage of the Institute, there are 298 products, so almost 300 products of great variety, containing both microorganisms, being bacteria, fungi. These are individual groups, can be mixed products applied both for orchard plants, fruit plants, and also for small gardens. A very wide range of products with confirmed microbiological composition. Applying such a product, the person buying it may get compensation applying for it at the Agency of Restructurization and Modernization of Agriculture using this eco scheme. So this confirms that applying microbiological products with soil health in focus is very important. So soon we will move on how to do it in practice. At the beginning I did not mention that you will also have a chance to speak. So most welcome. If we talk too much, raise your hand, jump on the stage, ask our attention and ask the question. So now, Professor Glina, please let me do it informally, Bartek, because I have known you and we did a lot of uncovering in the soil, but microbiological products and generally what does it mean healthy soil and how to recognize it is sick, and so specifically it will be very specific. So what Madam Professor said, so microbiome of soil, it is one of the elements, one of components. Please remember, soil is a very complex system which must operate effectively, and it guarantees what we are all after, maximum harvest. And we mentioned microbiology, but there will be no healthy soil without physics, which results from natural effects like parent rock. And here in our country we have very, very big differentiation regarding parent rocks, because this is a result of iceberg which mixed all what in Scandinavia was pushed to here. So we have clay, silt, sand, and therefore it is so complex, a diagnostic approach, and then establishing strategy, which way to go to obtain this optimum healthy type of our soil. Physics, if we go deeper, chemistry of soil, then it focuses very strongly on microbiology. What is the percentage of fungi and bacteria, and this focuses on building material resources of our soil, because this is the arms which can best influence the health of soil and influencing its productivity. So if we are talking specifically of fertility, if the soil is working properly, main role is to satisfy the nutritive needs of plants. All what are practically present in the ground, which we bring to soil. So fertility of soil is the capacity to satisfy the nutrition needs of plants. Thank you. It was supposed to be practical. So how to diagnose that the tree is sick? So we did many uncovering, so topograph, and how to diagnose it. Of course, it is good to dig trench, but just watching the surface of the field tells us a lot, especially now when we have lots of satellite images. We can see the plants looking on every piece of the field. We already see places which for us are hypothetically, potentially an element giving us the right to think that in that place our soil may need our intervention. If we choose such places, then it is best shallow trenches, taking samples for soil tests. We have laboratory tests, but at site ordinary tests with a stick or a knife to check density of soil, pH test. So they are one-to-one translated into what we obtain in laboratory. Development of root systems tell us a lot. Yes, I wanted to say it is enough to take a spade and go to the field and look. It is a simple tool. Everybody has it. Not everybody has so good looking like mine, because my spade is pink. But you see that roots are actually running to the sides, and crops are dropping, something is happening in the field. And when we talk of microbiology today, we'll talk a lot about this. So evaluating the character of the pimps, if it is pink inside or not, they are very small, so...
Wrócimy jeszcze do tego tematu. Natomiast teraz, panie Arturze, jest przedstawicielem...
So, as you are representative of the company, Piewken for many years have been dealing with microbiological products. I heard your father telling recently what the products were, how they changed a lot, but the question is different. Aren't we making a mistake applying microbiological products, or what mistakes we make most often, or you may say we do not make those mistakes? By all means, I will agree that many errors are made for sure. Many errors are actually committed on consultancy or in production of microbiological products, because as it was mentioned, we talk of almost 30 products, 300 products on the list, and here a problem appears. Which of these products is practically good quality? Then we have the stage of implementing the product already at the farm of the agricultural producers, and very often we see that advisory in application and time, a way of applying here, it is sometimes wrong. When we as a company every year carry out It is true that it is not simple. There are lots of myths, but also it's about a few facts. What are we doing wrong based on your experience? First of all, we must remember foundations. It is most important. Microbiology is an element which can give us additional benefit, support to technology. Therefore, we talk of hybrid technologies, be it fertilizing or plant protection. We must provide some foundation. Is it fighting for appropriate pH, appropriate structure, and the foundation regarding fertilizing? So aren't these wonderful means? They are not means which will solve all the problems. Yes, they are solutions which will support us, give us really big benefits, but provided we first take care of the foundations which have to be regulated in our soil, pH, structure of soil. And if we talk of health of plants, we talk of hybrid solutions. We are building the hybrid solutions. We combine them with fungicides. We have compatibility tested. A lot was mentioned that biological solutions must not be combined with fungicides. Not quite so, and it's not a question of the active agent, but many times the carrier and dose of preparation. We have to have all that tested. We prepare such compatibilities year on year. We test our biological solutions in compositions with conventional solutions, and thus we get best solutions with, at the same time, reducing fungicides or in hybrid fertilization, reduction of application of fertilizers with, at the same time, applying microbiological solutions. This gives very good results, not only, well, actually, we are reducing nitrogen fertilizer. It gives us comparable result with control objects without reduced dose and without microbiological solutions, but many a time we can obtain still better results compared to this conventional technology. So a specific question. Please tell me, based on an example, regarding fungicides or herbicides or insecticides, are there any groups in the middle which cannot be combined with microbiological products? There is no easy answer. Therefore, we make the whole list of compatibility. Regarding herbicides, insecticides, here after testing a specific group of specific products in doses, specific, little can influence blocking development of, well, in case of fungicides, 90% in the doses of interest for us is not blocking development of microorganisms, but there's 10%, and it's not a question of the active substance alone. It is also a question of carrier, dose of preparation. Sometimes the preparation together with microbiological solutions in 100% may be blocking development of microorganisms, but in 60% condensation already not. And in hybrid solutions, we are after reducing the dose and not applying 100%. Well, but a question, a lot was said that biological products are not able on their own to provide so high effectiveness as traditional products and plant protection means. So what does it look like in hybrid solutions? In hybrid solutions, as I mentioned, we are able to obtain effects which are identical. Let's assume we apply 60% dose of a fungicide plus a bacterial solution. We are able to obtain the same results and many a time even better compared to 100% dose of the fungicide applied. And these studies we carry out year on year. Here an important element is selecting the variety, although we actually carry out tests on prone varieties, because if we take varieties resistant to diseases. Today, we must not look single-sidedly. We must look at the whole production and the whole farm, more broadly look at the varieties and use all what we can. Yes, as I mentioned, we start from foundations and then we are able to really include microbiological solutions to the technology and obtain very good results regarding foundations. questions. Mateusz and Agnieszka, please be patient.
Zajmuje się pieniędzmi, globalnie pieniędzmi.
Because you deal with money globally, so I will leave you as icing on the cake for the end. Mateusz, I'm looking at you and thinking, well, a regenerative farmer. So something what happened to be a marketing approach, but you are proving it's not quite fully so. And the second question, what we have been doing so far, what most farmers were doing, were we doing it wrong? Now regenerative farming takes a different dimension, or is it only semantics? Thank you for these questions. Very simple and complex at the same time, because the main idea striking us is it depends. Oh, you talk like a politician. Well, this is a kind of conference.
Tak, wiem, dlatego cieszę się, że jestem tutaj.
But here we talk specific. Yes, that's why I'm glad, because talking specific, I can share the experience later in cooperation with people who are experts in various areas, and actually that
I może zacznę od tego, jak my
groups into some semantics. So we, I understand, we do regenerative farming, which comprises 5 areas of action, from the simplest to implement to the most difficult in case of a farm which exists. Those areas are firstly optimization of use of means for agricultural production, and in this area we have been so far. So what is your pH? Is your fertilization appropriate? And how did you change the doses by using biological preparations? And this is this entrance, because if I start acting here, firstly I can generate savings which influence my profitability, and therefore I can start doing more. And this more is for further areas of generation. So minimizing working the soil with no dig, introduce if possible, but also creating this foundation for living soil creation. The third area is related to minimization, covering plants, covering soil with plants all through the year or as long as possible in the climate conditions.
Czwarty obszar.
And the fourth area, biodiversity within the field or changing crops or around the field. And the fifth area, that means fitting the farm into ecosystem. So if I have
tam cały czas siejemy, coś próbujemy uprawiać, to być może
water deposit areas which we drained and then increasing resistance to climate shocks rather than wasting money for these. So when I'm listening to what you're saying, the first basic thing we have to do, generally as farmers, as a society, I guess a certain mind jump and approach. But let me ask, can somebody who have a plow and are still plowing can be regenerative farmer? They can apply this. If you have potatoes, for example, it's hard to avoid having a plow. So me too. It's not so that if you are using a plow, you are not a regenerative farmer, and the one who is not using a plow definitely is one. No, it's not that simple. But in most cases, especially in Polish conditions, weather and crop rotation, and we have to use less plow. We put our plow aside in 2004.
Teraz do pieniędzy. Najpierw zapytam Mateusza. Powiedz mi proszę.
And now back to money. Let me ask Mateusz first. Please tell me, how is it? Because each of us, I should be convinced by something what will let me earn on something. Maximization of crop. We are producing a lot of superb food, but the financial result is basis. Well, it would be best to sell it at a good price, but not always successful. But how can you earn on regenerative farming, and what to do? I will revert this question, sharing with you my experience. Thinking of this question, I have a slogan in my head, which is
Jeżeli rolnictwo
If agriculture is not earning money as a profitable business in that number regenerative approach, because we are talking of it, it will not be done in a money-earning way, then it doesn't have a longer right to live. Farmers are mainly doing it to earn money. So the main factor, possibility of changing the farm or entering regeneration and development
usług ekosystemowych i innych, które gospodarstwo generuje.
Of ecosystem and services generated by the farm, is liquidity. Financial liquidity. Today we heard a lot about security, financial security. Many farmers, many of you were saying that this is one of the elements causing this instability, uncertainty in funding results in a lack of will to invest, to develop. So it is by all means understandable, but I think that financial stability would be a convincing element, convincing to regenerative farming. For me and reality of our farm, we are in a highly blessed situation. We are in the EU, we have common agricultural policy, we are very rich, and we have firstly very big money in UPR historically and currently. The money is shrinking, but generally a global farmer, be it talking of Brazil, Argentina, Australia or New Zealand, by all means, they do not have such sources of funding as a European farmer, Polish included. And looking at all these subsidies, money coming from this policy or other, we view them as an opportunity for transformation of our business model. If they are, because they are the period within UPR greatly, but can we tomorrow, if the money runs short, if it is not available in the market, agricultural policy will change, it will. So are we able to survive as a farm? Our farm would definitely lose a great proportion of the income, of the revenue, some 35–40%, but we are able to survive in the market. We would not want this, but we can survive in the market. Actually, slogans appeared when last year farmers were on strike and they were saying, down with Green Deal and down with UPR, take the subsidies away. We will be producing based on market grounds. But if it was not for the EU, we would not be here where we are. Agnieszka? You have been in Brussels for quite a time, so please reveal to us what our Brussels officials have in their minds, what they want to give money to our farmers, where from to obtain this. Thank you very much. So, as you mentioned, family atmosphere, I know that not everybody read our brief bio notes. I am after melioration at GGW University. I have a diploma and I'm a PhD from melioration, and I work at these institutions for 20 years, and unfortunately I can see one thing. If we are not at both sides, I mean us officials, we are Poles, we are not representing any party, but we know our region, we know our needs, and there is no state, I mean at the other side, citizens, institutions, organizations, NGOs and government institutions, universities, and we together are not saying our colleagues from Italy, France and Spain, it will be difficult. I'm saying this because I don't know how many people present here
Zapytanie do obywateli instytucji.
Realize that Commission created an inquiry how we want the next years to look like. So today, Commission, did you obtain such an inquiry? So maybe, Agnieszka, it is a moment to later contact participants to our debate, not only debate, but also participants, and make it possible for them to answer. Yes, because really, if organizations do not write to the Commission within this consultancy. I don't know what it is. Social consultancy, yes. And so our voice will disappear somewhere. And here I would like to appeal to you. You can write it in Polish. It doesn't have to be in English. So every citizen can open it, and every organization. I do encourage you, because as it was mentioned here, we don't know how EU policy will develop, because there are those three largest problems: power sector, food, and safety, security. So this is for the future, and I do encourage you, if you can, if you get such inquiries, please do answer. And what today? I represent a program named LIFE. It is dated 1991, and it is focused on financing environment and climate. Today we have energy in it. It's a program which got developed very strongly, but it has three basic elements which give us great power as institutions, citizens in every member state. Firstly, everybody may address us, a company, a person representing a company, or a farmer, if legally and financially is able to present a project. Those projects are as you want them. It is not so that you have to, in a large consortium, write everything in English. No, you can write in Polish. We evaluate these projects in the shape as they appear with us, and we have consultants in every member state, so these projects can be continued in Polish. And whom should we approach in Poland? Whom should we contact in Poland? Mateusz, maybe? I do advise you National Environmental Protection Fund, because on the 8th and 13th of May, if I'm not wrong, there will be special meetings in Polish where I will be participating in one of them. We will be presenting exactly what will be announced on the 24th of April, because our nearest calls open up next month, and how to file to the colleague in National Fund of Environmental they will help you, advise you how to write a project. Agnieszka, does it mean that an individual farmer can approach you and say, Agnieszka, I go in? Yes, they can. If it is a company.
Jest pytanie.
Oh, there is a question. So maybe let me repeat the question, please. Point at the program where individual farmer can file an application. In everyone, because even in scientific projects, there may be a farmer, but then the farmer is part of a consortium, because those projects there have three beneficiaries, and we can have one. We have families, family companies, but we also have BASF and Siemens, very large companies who come approach us for the same money, competing with.
Mateusz? W polskich górach jest projekt Karpaty łączą, jeżeli dobrze pamiętam, UNEP Grid.
In Polish mountains, there is Carpathian mountains are joining, and there are farmers who get money from LIFE program, for example, for mowing meadows in traditional ways in the mountains. I know such farmers.
Czasami tak.
Well, sometimes yes. I think we will not. We are not talking here about the gray zone, but Agnieszka. So there is specific money for this. Yes, here is specific money, specific opportunities, and there is no language barrier, because then we have a lot of programs which are sub-programs, scientific programs. There is. Mission Soil, and there you unfortunately have to do it in English. You have to be with other partners, joint with various member states. partners. There are subsidies, but it looks different, and there are other requirements. Thank you very much. So we were talking of money. When we talk of money, let's go back to Ekoschematów and let's revert the situation a little bit, because if already we want to earn, first we spend money, we apply microbiological products. Madam Professor, please tell me how to apply them well, apart from the fact that we will earn because I'll obtain money from eco scheme, so that the effect on plant, on the soil is visible. What can we expect? It all depends on what products we reach for and what will be microbiological component in the product. As I mentioned at the beginning of our meeting, well, in composition of such products, we may have both bacteria and fungi of various kinds and various metabolic properties. We can expect obtaining effect which is at the side of microorganisms, for example, in the form of binding nitrogen. It was mentioned here, Professor recalled bacteria from rhizobium and a symbiosis with
znany praktyce rolniczej. Myślę, że od wielu, wielu lat stosowany, nawet jeszcze tych preparatów nie było.
And tested in the market and microorganisms.
Bardzo znaczące efekty, bo w przypadku bakterii z rodzaju rhizobium ten efekt może sięgać nawet.
So in rhizobium, this effect may be
zarówno przez wolno żyjące bakterie z rodzaju
both by free living bacteria like rhizobium or nitrobacter. This is an important aspect regarding benefits for plants which microorganisms can implement. Other example is bacteria solubilizing phosphorus, making it available for plants, participating in various, producing various growth substances, hormones, which are made available to plants and evoking their growth. The whole group of microorganisms, which are so-called microorganisms promoting growth of plants, so giving availability both of nutritive components or substances evoking growth in various conditions, because these are microorganisms improving growth of plants in drought conditions or excessive humidity, where microflora oxygen less. Such aspects, because there are cellulosic, amylolytic microorganisms, really many aspects evoking metabolism are in those microbiological components, but also fungi like trichoderma or mycorrhiza, very important symbiosis regarding plants, which gives a very important spectacular effects regarding growth of plants. These are main points which are important from microbiological side, and they are actually present in microbiological products. But what my predecessors mentioned, to apply microorganisms and to apply microbiological products in soil, it's first of all the soil should be appropriately prepared. First of all, from pH perspective, no microorganism will work well in acidic soil. So we have to take care of stabilizing the pH of soil only to such soil to introduce microorganisms. And well, we talk specific what pH is optimum regarding bacteria. Then pH every above 5, so it would be best to be at a level of 6.5, 7. It would be great if we apply fungi. So acidic pH is needed. Whereas generally regarding acidic soils, we advise applying lime so that pH is appropriate for the whole range of microorganisms, and this is also based on increasing biodiversity so that those microorganisms develop well and are in greatest amount, most of them promoting the growth. Well, Arthur, yes, how are you?
Tak,
I can see you got inspired because...
Bartku, pytanie...
Well, Bartek, a basic question. Soil microorganisms, a very important role of them. Many a time we mentioned it, but there is a basic question. We talk of pH. Recently, a friend asked me, good, I want to apply microbiological, so the pH is not right, so I can apply lime and apply the product. No, we have to wait for the result, because we have a leap by 1 unit up. pH is only one element because it is relatively easy to be regulated, but talking about money, which we mentioned, well, competitiveness of a Polish farmer, this competitiveness results from soil. If soil works properly, it's healthy, everything works in it perfect, then we are looking for savings there. But to find these savings and to benefit from them, first you have to invest, and we have to invest in diagnostics of soil. So testing pH and the forms which are actually possible to be inhibited by plants, but we must go deeper into analysis, studying the complex of the soil, natural storage, but going deeper into the soil. And do not let us test the humus, because root is at the very beginning, but it reaches down to 60, 70 meters down. And so let's get to know what is in our fields. Let me ask you a question. Who of you is doing the extended soil tests, absorption, Yes, Adam, we know everybody, we know Adam for sure, but a question. Yes, Adam. So what savings resulted from it? We like to talk about money. Adam, I will give you the microphone.
Dzień dobry. Na przykład, nie wiem...
Good afternoon. For example, 600... Adam Jurczyk I am, and we do regenerative plant and, well, a lot of bacteria, so 600 hectares, so an application of potassium was 18 kilograms per hectare. This was the result from tests. Exactly, so you saved, so practically with this investment, so with such an area like Adam, just a couple 100,000 zlotys put into diagnostics, and saving is in millions. Everything is in the soil, but it must be launched, and the plant will make use of it. So if we talk of fungi and bacteria in soil, so building organic matter, we talked of pH. Hey, but so microbiology will not solve everything. Of course not. And when shall we be building resources of organic matter? When there is more fungi than bacteria. So when bacteria is 7 or more, then bacteria is dominated, but then we have components from organic matter for plants, but it must all be planted balanced. So mineralization is not bad, but it must be balanced with humidification, and then we can see increase. Recently I was approached by a farmer. I have been in regenerative farming for a couple of years, and after 3 years I stopped seeing increase of organic matter. So humus, it is, well, why did it happen? pH 7.2, 7.4, so organic matter, fresh matter brought in regularly, mainly in mineralization, is actually freeing mineral components, not building the carbon in soil. So regarding lime application, increasing pH, we must be aware it's not the only option increasing pH. When we apply magnesium, even sulfite, will it increase pH? Yes, because magnesium will go into the complex. Or if we apply potassium, yes, it will increase pH, because potassium will go into the complex and will push out ions from the complex. It is most frequent, but all fertilizers of cationic character, base character, they will also be regulating the pH. But advocem about what you said. Correct me. How many soils are acidic in Poland? Well, roughly 60-70%, but let's remember the studies and results published talk about the first 20 centimeters, because the Lucas project, European, only such samples are tested. And we often forget about one issue, that we have a lot of soils created on clays, gray, yellow, which have natural resources of calcium, white. So if water goes up, then the carbide is solving and supplying the humus. So if we talk of the upper layers, we have the acidity, but it's not the whole soil. And there is another myth which I would like you to either confirm or break. We say that soils in Poland have a low organic matter content, but depending on the rock our soils were made. So if we say we have to have 3% of carbon in soil, or if we talk of actually plants, I'm not talking regenerative, but common sense, long-term introduction of organic matter, what content of humus is an optimum for our soils? Well, we must organic matter, humus, and it tells us about different things. Organic matter is what is living in soil, what is dead and transformed. Don't let us talk of it. We measure this. We don't measure content of humus. We only estimate by calculation, and we calculate it based on organic carbon, easy to quantify in the soil. And let's see the situation. How much should be there? It would be fine to have 3% on the average in Polish soils. Can it be like this? No. If we have the levels in sand, poor in clay, or when we have it at the level of 2%, it tells us how much organic matter the soil will be able to keep. But it is not in the context of clay and heavy, because in clay we would have over 10, 12, 13% humus. So it is not achievable. And now back to this analysis. If we examine this organic carbon and we multiply it by 2, we have general matter, the general amount of organic matter. So there is a farmer bringing in fresh organic matter and takes sample. Then the sample is cleaned. We take out live roots and things we see with a blunt eye. But many of those elements we will not remove, and microbiome will not be removed, so-called biomass containing carbon. And we analyze this. So we have the whole pool, not only humus we talk of. This is still organic matter. Let's stick to this term, because for humus we must make very careful analysis and humus and so human and well, somebody boasted, oh, I built 8% humus, and well, please show me the soil. So this type of thing. Thank you very much. I will do my best not to confuse humus with organic matter. But Arthur, a question to address at you, because you have not answered fully. In a moment, the floor will be yours, because you have not said how to well apply for the effects of biological products, for the effects to be as we want them. And the second thing, what to focus on, what we are buying, what to focus on, when do we know, or how can we know that it is a good product, that we can expect this effect. Briefly speaking, it is not actually cheating, because we have been in this market for a few good years, so we know that there are various products in the market. When should actually... well, I wouldn't like to talk bad about my competitors.
No od tego trzeba zacząć, tak? Od doboru właściwego rozwiązania.
But we have to start from this, from choosing the right solution. First of all, the origin. It is an introduction. I think light should be on, because fertilizer crisis in 2006 raised emergence of many companies declaring lots of quality microbiological products from super modern laboratories very often nobody had seen, and we don't know where they are. So we started a move of open days in a laboratory where we invited about 1,000 farmers. A pity you have not sent me an invitation, so we can send such an invitation, especially that 35 years of our institute is coming. We will make a conference in November, but it's a good opportunity. But back to this point, because I'm considering those elements are really many, but first thing, if I don't see composition on the label, is that something wrong? Well, it should be a signal. No, I think it is worthwhile to use the list of fertilizer microbiological products, because there are kinds of bacteria and fungi included in the product, and it's worth noting concentration, because on the label various things happen. Some people specify the quantities in grams or kilograms, so there are various tricks which are aimed at asking attention of the client.
Data ważności.
And expiry date, form of the product, if it is a stable form, are they live forms of bacteria? Because I came across a label that there are live forms of bacteria in the composition. At the same time, you can observe bubbles, swelling, so it is a natural thing, because live processes of bacteria are going on there, and some bacteria are dying out. So finally, quantities declared by the producer are completely different than what comes to the field. Another thing is way of storage of the products.
W przypadku tych form żywych niejednokrotnie.
What temperature range we have in live forms? We often talk of temperatures of storage between 0 and 6 degrees. What company can actually provide such conditions when transporting on storage? So there are other elements, and origin of the bacteria. Is it of origin, local origin, or is it from completely different geographic zone? And here these effects in our country may be completely different than, for example, in microorganisms coming from Spain, for example. These are completely different worlds. Spain, Andalusia, and here. And one question, then we will be back to errors made in application. Well, a question to Madam Professor. In the list is almost 300 products regarding new microbiological products. I understand that these products undergo selection. You write them into the list not without reason, but how do you think, how many products are in the market and how to approach them? Well, there are a real lot of products in the market. It's hard to say how many and how many companies are present in the market. Products which are in fertilizer list of microbiological products are those of microbiological purity. So this microbiological aspect, the biological component, is a clue of the product. So if there is a bacteria or the given type of fungi, or actually the base on which it is growing, it should not contain anything more. Microorganisms plus metabolites and plus the feed for it. Those which are in fertilizer list, they have confirmed condensation. And here, regarding bacteria, such a product must fulfill the number of, quantities, minimum 6 to the 7th, 10 to the 7th. Regarding the fungi component, it must be minimum 10 to the 4th power in gram or milliliter of the product, and it is verifiable and tested regarding tests of such a product. We do not verify its operation, so we do not confirm in any studies the fact of what the product is actually working for. regarding advice from the ministry, only the component, quantitative component is confirmed in the product, but in the market there are a real lot of microbiological products, so-called mixed products, where apart from the microbiological component, there may be some other components, among others, humus, fulvic acids, or various types of other components like amino acids, growth hormones, something additional apart from this microbiological component. Thank you very much. And still, at the back of my head, I have the motto of our program, healthy soil. For you as a farmer, what do you do to keep the soil healthy? It's a living organism. It's not only a substrate which is producing this or other agricultural product, and my goal is to produce possibly greatest amount of the crop of the product, but it is a living organism which needs my care. So you are not plowing, I know, and during our conversation, there was a moment, yes, fertile soil helps us to produce a lot of agricultural product. And the question we posed is a question, what can we do additionally? And please allow me to leave this question with you. Are you doing something on top of achieving the maximum level of crops or maximum financial crop per hectare to either reconstruct, rebuild the health of your soil, because if it is not healthy, it may not be, or to develop this health? And we were talking about money, highly specifically. There was a live program, European Soil Mission. I advise you this instrument within the budget of European innovativeness, because those big questions, what to do to develop it, or how, from the perspective of research institute, how to measure the health of soil, because this is what we have the European budget to answer these questions. And therefore I advise you European Soil Mission as a substantial invitation. Jung, very well known to all of you, is in the panel. My colleagues from Jung are in the audience, and it is one of those institutions in the EU, not only in Poland, but in the whole EU, obtaining most funds within the budget of Soil Mission. What money are we talking about? We talk of millions per project. Well, 5 million euros. Yes, the EU. So in euros, yes, I confirm we have quite a lot of such projects regarding the institute, and we are the leader as institute in obtaining this type of projects, serving, of course, the agricultural practice. And how does it translate into agricultural practice, Madam Professor? Well, I think very strongly, because these are projects which are strictly dedicated to agriculture, which study specific problems, but also, in a way, the result of those projects are specific solutions, and also in the aspect of soil health, how to run the activities and how to apply fertilization and microbiological products. Aspects of these products are of great variety, and I think that the solutions which are achieved in these projects are not trivial, and they are very important for practice. Well, and I will give you the floor in a moment for discussion. Well, Arthur's father. Yes, father of us all.
Ad vocem.
Well, ad vocem.
Pieniądze nie są...
Money is not for everybody, but you may benefit from money. You must make some effort. So, Mateusz, specifically, phone Jung, phone those people. Yes, Madam Professor, I'm calling now. Phone Jung, for example, Professor Grzegorz Mielec, and introduce yourself. I am a farmer producing this and that, and I am in Soil Mission. I am registered. Please remember about me, or can you offer something to me? This is how it started with us, because we as a company have a project funded from Horizon Europe, not Soil Mission, because because there I'm in advisory council, European Commission promoting, so I must not actually promote things which I'm programming. That is money achievable, but you must take the effort. Is it enough to phone?
Zapraszamy na pewno
Please be invited, for sure. Such direct conversation is very important, whereas in that type of projects, as you presented here, there is quite a lot of cooperation with agricultural cooperation. We go into such a cooperation, making fields available and applying those practices in agricultural practice, applying the given solution in the given field and so this type of interrelations between practice and science are applied here, and here a farmer obtains financial benefits. So giving the floor to Agnieszka for a moment, and now very quickly, if you want to go one step further. Oh, Mr. Minister, we will not finish soon. So, broader scale, I encourage companies who are present here, when you want to do something with farmers to a larger scale, really the LIFE program allows something like this because it is your idea and how to do it, how to introduce it, and we are able to finance it, to fund it. What we are using is so-called TRIER, soil emission horizon is the beginning, and we are between them. Then there is agriculture. And thank you very much for the possibility to ask a question. I have a question asking you for small farms. What a product do you have which we know could be applied and without so wide studies which you are proposing? Because here we hear about large farms, but do you think that a couple hundred hectare size farms can be ecological farms, or if they should be ecological farms, and how does it influence the soil? And the third question would be GMO plants, how do they influence the health of the soil? Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, well, so you ask the question, if we have this or that kind of agriculture on various sizes of farms, well, soil doesn't know whether it is within 1,000, 2,000 hectare size. It works the same way, and we will see the same positive outcome. All depends on our strategy and how well we establish the ceiling we want to achieve. If we exaggerate, we can harm it too. So therefore, the basic diagnostics is needed. So that much from me. I think regarding GMOs, plants, we do not need to worry. In Poland, there is no possibility to farm them. And I don't know if we should mix regenerative farming. Well, for sure, there is no limitation regarding size of the farm. Ecological farming can be applied in large and small farms, and here hectare limitations of the farm are not a factor limiting application of such farming. It is by all means positive in use, influencing quality and fertility of soil. So there are lots of studies of the Institute confirming that ecological farming positively influences increasing diversity of soil environment, but also biological activeness of but let's agree that we talk of seriously environmental. Well, you woke up. I have one more question. I don't know if organizers will allow us, because we are slightly behind time, but I will give the floor to you, sir. Thank you very much. First, I wanted to congratulate on the panel. With true pleasure, I have been listening to you. And as I came here from the panel devoted to agricultural advisory, so what you are saying seems to be so obvious. These solutions leading to better health of soil are so simple and obvious. So please tell me why the situation is so bad, why so many soils are actually in low culture, and what should we do to change this situation? I don't know if I introduced myself. No, you didn't. Andrzej Hałasiewicz, chairman of Foundation for Development of Polish Agriculture. Thank you for this input. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an excellent wrap-up for today's meeting. What to do? Why is it so bad? Mr. Minister, will it be a brief question or some reflection? I will hold the microphone. I must not be sitting when you are standing. So thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this very important conference or panel, in my opinion. But I would like you to define for me what is healthy food. Thank you very much. And I guess we will not leave soon. And you, madam, too. So if we could first ask for the answer, what to do, very specific question, what to do for all soils in Poland to be good. Here we have to play psychologists, how to get to farmers who sometimes see results in their neighbor and still blindly continue their wrong technology. So, as I said, change the way of thinking. And I thought a lot what to do for the subject of soil to enter more strongly. Maybe at the ministry we could think about subsidies for testing the soil, because pH, and it's not enough, because we don't know how to define strategy of the soil. This is the way, because sometimes it is very difficult to actually talk to somebody's sense. And to your question, why is it so bad in Poland with the soils? Maybe I have a twisted opinion, because I visit farms which operate well with excellent soils. But unfortunately, it may be something up to 10% of farmers acting like this. But what to do to get to the rest, the remaining 90%? So let us end with, quality wheat is not a response. Not always it pays to invest so much if wheat costs 700, 750 zlotys. So maybe we should think of changing the plant rotation. So I'm convinced that in Poland farmers produce excellent healthy food. It may be still better. Of course, if we talk of rational fertilizing and rational management, so here crops are for sure good quality and they are healthy. Regarding strictly healthy food, we have to all the time take care of rationally applying plant protection means and fertilization, to study soil to avoid over-fertilization. What does it mean rationally? Rationally, it means, first of all, for selection of nutritive components to be adapted to the state of the given soil. We must know what we are working on, what soil we are working with, to be able to appropriately dose the components which are in shortage. And we will not know unless we test the soil. So we have to select fertilization so as to adapt it to the needs of the given plant and to satisfy shortages in the given soil.
Jeszcze momencik, tutaj było jeszcze pytanie, drodzy Państwo.
And a moment, a question here. Good. So 2 questions, okay? I think you will survive a second longer dinner, but I would prefer.
Mówimy o zdrowej.
Well, we are talking of. Could you introduce Beata Kowalska-Kyszmidar?
Interesuje zdrowa gleba.
I'm interested in healthy soil and addressing Mateusz and Professor. We are talking of post-harvest remnants and microbiomes. What is your recipe for remnants of pesticides, heavy metals in the soils, which are there? And many farmers are not applying a healthy approach to leaving the post-harvest remnants. So what does it look like in regenerative farming, and what is the progress? of mulching.
Nieczęsto słyszę to pytanie.
Not often I hear the question, so my answer is not nicely structured. Thank you for this question. And back to this list of areas of operation regarding regenerative farming. If the soil is contaminated, I think if I had the situation, unfortunately, I don't have this situation. So firstly, I would be taking up action possible to somehow take the soil from the state it is in. What action should be taken? I don't know, because I don't have this experience. And secondly, I would not be producing food on this soil, going to the chain of value for a human, but I would be producing biomaterials. Good, so maybe I join in, and a perfect testing ground. It was south of Poland after a flood. You know, flood, a lot of inflow of river sediments, everything from fields goes there. So what to do? There are several ways. Most often phytoremediation is applied, so we introduce appropriate species of plants which have the capacity to accumulate heavy metals. If the situation is really very serious, we have to take off the contaminated surface of the ground and deliver it to appropriate plants. It's a very costly process. But if we are building organic matter, we have to be aware that all the pollutions in surface layers are combined, and they are not harmful for plants because they are not available for the plants, because they are bound with organic matter. But it's a very, very broad topic, and personally, I never came across such a question from farmers, because nobody is testing it. I mean, contamination with heavy metals. We do it, well, because this is interesting for us. Mateusz, comment? Not a comment, but further substantial matter. In Poland, we have experts. Ms. Marta Pogrzeba from Silesia, she was in former edition of the advisory council to soil commission, the only Pole present there. So if you need more knowledge, it's the first name, Marta Pogrzeba. Thank you very much. Back to money. Well, Wojciech Stachurski, where from to take the money? Thank you very much, Wojciech Stachurski.
Okay.
Wojciech Styburski, Agro-Integration. We run a group of producers, and here a response to suggestion by a professor. We are changing the awareness. We have to test the soil, where to take money for it, maybe from subsidies. I want to inform you, intervention 13.4, it's within common agricultural policy. It is support for groups within quality systems. So 100,000 for only 5 farmers, 5 to 10 farmers, for them to be able to carry out tests, analysis, and we as Agro-Integration apply this instrument for servicing farmers, and they are obligatorily covered with tests which we discussed with Professor. So we go into cations and much broader relations than macro components. So Ministry is giving specific support within a common agricultural policy intervention 13 for 100,000 over 4 years, and you can extend it by additional 200,000 for 4 years to provide servicing for farmers. And this is within field production, but also animal production for groups cooperating within quality system. Thank you very kindly. I would like to dot the I, but as I extended the time a bit, I decided to hand it over to you to dot the I. Thank you for this pleasure. Let me only add and answer the question which was asked earlier, what to do to have the situation better. So maybe I will refer to hard life examples. In the past, we were penalizing children and praising them rarely. Maybe farmers should not be criticized, but also to those who have good solutions to be referred to, because if we refer to good, well, well-proven farmers, we will be benefiting from it. And very often in Poland, I will not tell the neighbor, because why he should have it so good as I have. So facts, 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 and hard work. Thank you very much. I would like to really say that it was an excellent dotting the I, and I would like to thank all of you very kindly for surviving till so late, that you were listening and asking questions. Was it substantial? Yes? Hey, thank you very much. So thank you very much. Thanks to all panelists, Madam Professor Agnieszka, Professor Arthur, Mateusz. This was a great pleasure to meet you. And please remember, test your soil. Thank you very much.